Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Discúlpeme, no he abierto la boca hasta ahorita. Así, para los que puedan oler mi aliento, qué asco. Definitivamente qué asco. Espero que hayan tenido una gran noche de descanso, que estén listos para lo que nos va a traer el día de hoy. Obviamente eso espero que sea una lanita. Oye, que el mercado nos deje una lanita, brother. Vamos a estar, ahorita mismo voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan para que poder empezar este delicioso casino del tío Salo, pero como siempre, antes del casino del tío Salo tenemos que platicar de pendejadas, ¿no? De eso se trata este canal, de nada más platicar pendejadas. Y aquí estamos para ello. Vamos a empezar con lo siguiente. Todo el mundo está muy emocionado porque la Reserva Federal va a bajar tipos, ¿no? Lo mejor de todo es que se están esperando a esta junta que van a tener el próximo miércoles para ver qué va a pasar. Como yo les he dicho, yo checo, tengo en mi aplicación de banco, en una de mis cuentas de banco, diario, cada que me meto, me pone una oferta, me dice, puedes aplicar para esta hipoteca y ya estás completamente calificado porque ven cuánto dinero entra, cuánto dinero hay en la cuenta y cuánto dinero hay en inversiones. Entonces tienen como un cálculo ahí que me dan. Diario checo cuáles son los intereses. ¿Ok? Hace 30 días el interés que me estaban dando para una casa era de 6.5%. Para mí ya pagarlo, 6.5 algo por ciento. Hoy 5.9%. Pero ustedes siguen esperando a que la Reserva Federal baje los tipos el miércoles, ¿no? Esto es lo más divertido de todos los economistas. Nadie está viendo los datos de verdad, solamente están viendo qué les dice la Reserva Federal. Y como sabemos en este canal que estudiamos el comportamiento de la gente con su dinero, no el comportamiento de la Reserva Federal con sus datos y las pendejadas que nos dan. Eso es lo que nos deja ver todo esto más tranquilos y claro. Ahora, quiero poner los siguientes escenarios sobre la mesa porque yo creo que también todo el mundo está esperando un solo mismo resultado en todo esto que son bajadas de tipos, ¿no? Y tenemos que hablar de lo que sería bueno, lo que sería malo, cuál sería el peor escenario, cuál sería el mejor escenario, etcétera. Entonces, vamos a empezar esto. ¿Qué es lo que la gente cree que va a pasar? Van a bajar tipos, va a haber inflación, por ende, el oro va a continuar subiendo, Bitcoin va a continuar subiendo, la bolsa va a continuar subiendo. Eso es lo que todo el mundo piensa. Van a bajar tipos, todo el mundo va a ser rico otra vez, todo el mundo va, por alguna razón, a aparecer dinero de la nada y con ello van a poder comprar todo lo que su corazoncito desea, ¿no? Eso es lo que piensa la mayor cantidad de gente y tristemente también la gran cantidad de economistas. Y es por eso que la gente piensa esto, ¿no? Si le preguntas a un vendedor de casas, ¿debería de aguantarme o comprar casa de una vez? Te van a decir todos, güey, ve a comprar casa de una vez antes de que los precios suban, ¿no? Porque viene la inflación de precios. Eso es el escenario común que todo el mundo tiene en la cabeza. Vamos a empezar con el más negativo de absolutamente todos. Que vuelva a pasar exactamente lo que pasó hace un año con Joe Biden. Que bajen los tipos y cuando bajen estos tipos, como la vez pasada que bajaron 0.5% y luego 0.25 y 0.25 para un total de 1%, en esas tres bajadas, suban, que los intereses reales suban. Ese sería el peor escenario todavía tal cual como lo tenemos ahorita. Y ahora no estoy diciendo que vayan a subir a 7, 8, 9%, simplemente que se queden arriba en los 4.8%, 4.6%. Con eso es suficiente para literalmente que todo esto continúe tal cual. Y esto puede ser, una vez más, con todo y que la Reserva Federal corte tipos 3 veces, porque esto fue lo que pasó el año pasado. Ese sería el peor escenario de todos, donde una vez más continúen cortando, pero el cartel de los bancos, que es el que de verdad mueve los intereses, dice, ya les dimos esto, porque recuerden, en septiembre del año pasado, cuando bajaron los tipos, para cuando los bajaron, ya los intereses reales habían bajado. Y de ahí subieron. Entonces podríamos estar ante el escenario de que ahorita los intereses reales ya han bajado al tope de lo que podrían bajar y podrían subir. En este tipo de escenario, ¿qué pasaría? Literalmente lo mismo que estás viviendo en este momento, solamente que se va a aumentar a través del tiempo. La desesperación, ese sentimiento que tiene la gente de no salir adelante, todo está muy caro y difícil, etcétera. Eso sería más o menos lo que jugaría en esta ocasión, ¿ok? De ahí vamos a brincar al siguiente escenario. El siguiente peor escenario sería que bajen tipos muy lentamente y que el mercado, los intereses reales acompañen muy lentamente la bajada. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? De que ahorita si quiero pedir esta hipoteca está en 5.9%, que de nuevo, bastante bien. Esto es más barato que el 2022. Si voy a pedir esa hipoteca ahorita y luego la voy a pedir en diciembre va a ser 5.8. Y luego la voy a pedir en marzo y en marzo que sea 5.7. Y luego la voy a pedir el próximo verano y va a ser 5.6. Y luego la voy a pedir en septiembre del próximo año, un año después de ahorita, y va a ser 5.6 también, se va a quedar estancada ahí. Ese sería el peor siguiente escenario. Este escenario permitiría que ciertas personas que todavía están esperando ahora sí que de lado, ¿no? En la banca para entrar al partido, que esas personas entren. Porque ahorita ya, pues, si te bajan los intereses, ¿no? Estamos en 5.9 y lo bajan a 5.5, ya no se ve tan ridículo. Esos eran intereses más o menos normalones por ahí de, ¿cuándo era? Del 2015 más o menos. No me acuerdo perfectamente, no lo tomen como religión, pero era más o menos un pedo así. Entonces, 5.5% de intereses, mucha gente diría, ¿sabes qué? A la verga, voy a comprar casa. Ahora, en ese escenario, es muy importante que ustedes sepan, si ese escenario se da, los precios de las casas no van a explotar al alza, pero se van a mantener por un rato más donde están ahorita. Y va a continuar carísimo y a la gente normal no le va a alcanzar para ni vergas. Y a la gente normal me refiero a todo el mundo, no a la gente normal. ¿Ok? Ese es el escenario que seguiría. Todo el mundo seguiría siendo pobre, el desempleo continuaría siendo un golpe en la boca de todos, también el superempleo que no te alcanza para nada, todo eso continuaría. Siguiente escenario. Los intereses sí bajan rápido, pero se quedan estancados en, digamos, 5%. Que bajen a 5% para esta hipoteca que me están ofreciendo a 5.9, que bajen a 5%. Eso sería el escenario que acabamos de platicar hace un segundo, pero con un poco más de demanda, lo que podría generar, si llegamos a eso rápido, lo que podría generar es un boom instantáneo de compras que vaya a hacer a que toda la narrativa continúe de, güey, todo va a subir de precio y después una caída rápida. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que están haciendo es metiendo a la gente que estaba esperándose de lado y saben, ya no va a bajar esto más, voy a comprarlo acá y a la chingada, ¿no? Eso sería como lo tienen que vender a esta gente. Y esa es básicamente lo de los aranceles. Compra ahorita porque ya va a subir de precio. No, no, esto va a ser lo más barato que te vendan. Si eso es la narrativa que te están dando, entonces tienes que entender que no es cierto, tienes que esperarte aún más. Y esto puede tomar años, ¿ok? Años, no es algo que pase de la noche a la mañana. El el mejor escenario antes del súper mejor escenario. El mejor escenario es que literalmente para los intereses, esto no es el mejor escenario para todo el mundo. Ahorita vamos a platicar de eso. El mejor escenario para los intereses es que los bajen rápido, tal cual como lo subieron en el 2022, de marzo a, ¿qué fue? Que fue cuando literalmente la bolsa cayó, ¿no? Desde marzo hasta octubre creo que fueron las subidas. Si lo hacemos así de rápido y hacemos bajadas potentes, lo que veríamos son los intereses reales bajar, veríamos el costo de financiación bajar y todo esto. Y aquí es donde mucha gente se equivocaría, pensando que esto va a causar inflación y que esto va a causar que toda la vida se vuelva de color de rosa. Cuando los bancos centrales hacen eso, lo que también hacen es restringen crédito. Y recuerda, el banco central, los gobiernos no están aquí para ayudarte, están aquí para chingarte como puedan. Y tienes que admitir que son unos cracks en hacerlo. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? Bajan todo el costo del dinero, pero solamente dejan a los participantes que se han sacado un 10 o un 100 de calificación en todo para que puedan aprovechar. Y este es el escenario al que yo estoy esperando porque es donde estoy parado en este momento. Y en ese escenario, donde todo está barato y nadie puede comprar más que la gente que estamos calificada para esto, porque tenemos el salario, tenemos la lana entrando cada mes, tenemos cosas, tenemos dinero en la cuenta, tenemos inversiones, etcétera, y no tenemos deuda. Nosotros calificamos para todas estas cosas. Y aquí lo que genera es que la oportunidad grande para todo el mundo, que todo el mundo está esperando en este momento, que cree que es lo que van a poder hacer, se viene solamente para unas pocas personas. Y de ahí poco a poco arrastrarían la economía para arriba, como en el 2008 más o menos, que duró hasta el 2011, 2012, antes de que de verdad pudiera despegar, que fue un para arriba. Más o menos ese sería el escenario. Ahora, en ninguno de estos escenarios, si se ponen a pensar, están imprimiendo dinero. Para lo que todos ustedes se imaginan que va a pasar, no todos ustedes, pero la gran mayoría de ustedes se imagina que va a pasar, que es como el 2020, la recuperación en B, tenemos que tener una razón dentro de todos estos escenarios de por qué el gobierno le tiene que mandar a la gente 8 trillones de dólares. Y cuando digo 8 trillones de dólares, no estoy mamando. 8 trillones de dólares para poder ver lo mismo que pasó en ese entonces. Entonces, la pregunta para todos ustedes es, ¿qué está pasando o qué va a pasar para que haga que eso ocurra, para que tú te beneficies? Y a fin de cuentas, el que más se beneficia son la gente millonaria, architrillonaria, porque todo el dinero se los vas a regalar de vuelta porque no vas a aprender nada en esta ocasión si no aprendiste nada en la pasada y no estás tomando notas ahorita, ¿no? No estoy hablando de todos ustedes, pero sabes, si te estoy diciendo esto y estás preparado para ser rico de una vez, esto debe de sentirse dentro de tu cuerpo. Entonces, a menos de que el gobierno tenga una excusa para imprimir más de 8 trillones de dólares y darte y mandarte cheques y que a tu jefe le den préstamos para que pueda hacer payroll sin que nadie tenga que trabajar ni gastar nada y que haya un exceso de dinero sobrante entrando en todas las cuentas de banco de ustedes, de sus jefes, etcétera. Si no hay eso, a donde vamos nosotros es a un escenario 2008. Ahora, ¿va a ser tan pesado como el 2008? No sé. Yo creo que estamos como, si en el 2008 el trabajo, ¿no?, de una empresa normal cayó por 60%, ahorita yo creo que estamos entre 30 y 40%. Es más o menos donde estamos parados, donde has visto un slowdown de todo a ese grado, pero todavía no un 60% que se siente como el 2008. Y eso, si se llega de aquí, bajan los tipos y lo hacen lento y se tarda un rato, puede que esto dure en vez de 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, en vez de 5 años, 3 años, para que se recupere por completo. Y la oportunidad grande crece en estas fechas con la restricción de crédito para la gente que pueda acceder a él. Espero que esto sea claro para todos ustedes. No hay ningún escenario más que el de necesitamos una razón grande para imprimir 300 trillones de dólares. Y una vez más, si eso pasa, lo que les estoy diciendo no cuenta y nos vamos a ese escenario. Pero es imposible predecir algo que la gente que está a cargo de todo este juego nos vaya a tirar encima. Es imposible predecirlo. Si lo pudiéramos predecir, seríamos los que hacen las reglas del juego y no los hacemos tristemente. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto es justamente cómo se ve todo el mercado. Para todos ustedes que quieran aprender a tradear, por cierto, invertir, vas a abrir un negocio, vas a ir a la escuela ahorita, ¿no? Perfecto, 4 años de universidad para cuando salgas todos los robots estén haciendo todo lo que todos los humanos puedan. Desperdiciaste 4 años de tu vida para que te lavaran la cabeza chido. ¿Vale la pena? No, no vale la pena. Voy a empezar un negocio. ¿Quieres empezar un negocio porque tienes una pasión? Y tiene que ser pasión. Si eres de los güeyes que está no, güey, es que debería abrir un negocio. ¿Qué negocio? Y no hay pasión detrás del negocio. No puedes tener pasión de querer abrir un negocio. Tienes que tener pasión sobre el negocio. Si te dedicas a vender queso, tienes que amar el queso, respirarlo, olerlo cuando está calientito, que sale de los hornos, que están saliendo de todas estas madres donde la leche está caliente, etcétera. Tienes que amarlo. Si quieres meterte al mundo de los coches, tienes que amarlo. Si quieres meterte al mundo de YouTube y compartir tienes que amarlo. Esa es la manera de verlo. Pero si no, la cosa que más te va a dejar dinero son inversiones. Y aquí es donde les digo, si quieren están aquí, están viendo el casino del tío Salo, están escuchando y aprendiendo lo que estamos viendo. Y es esencial, en mi opinión, poder aprender esto, porque la manera más fácil de hacer dinero en esta realidad, estos días, es simplemente invirtiendo en la bolsa y sobre todo, no tanto en fondos indexados, pero aprovechando las oportunidades. Y yo creo que es muy importante para todos. Así que si quieren aprovechar oportunidades y venirse a darse una vuelta a nuestra comunidad, por supuesto, pues cáiganle aquí al Discord de Elite Trading Academy, que por cierto, es de agrapa. Cualquiera puede entrar a mentarnos la madre directamente y no se preocupen, no leo nada, así que no. Aquí lo tienen, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, tienen los análisis de Alex por acá, por ejemplo, y todo se expande del lado derecho. Tienen acá también nuestro tab de Criptolingo por si están viendo algo que no entienden, una abreviación, etcétera, en español y en inglés. Aquí lo tienen. También tenemos el chat general para ver cómo está la gente. Uy, buenos días. Espérame, ¿quién puso estas? Mango, gracias. Buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Se aprecia muchísimo, Mango. El boom, boom para arriba. Me encanta. Ok, también ven a compartir cuánto dinero estás haciendo, mi hermano, con nosotros. Puta madre, Ultrabot has estado en fuego, cabrón. 3,167% en este long. No seas mamón, tío. ¿Cómo me echo para atrás en esto? Ya está, se me perdió el tren. Ahí lo tienes, puta. 480%. Bien, Víctor, 406%. Eso, 356%. Nada mal. Estos exchanges de futuros son una locura lo que nos dejan hacer. En verdad, a veces siento que les estamos robando dinero, pero también cuántas veces perdimos y tuvimos que pagar las consecuencias, ¿no? Pero ya ahora se siente como que los estamos asaltando. Nada mal, un gran long acá en Solana, 260%. Qué pompazos está dando Solana, por cierto. Entonces, que hagan por acá. También tenemos los enlaces de socios para que caigan al giveaway que estamos dando en Bluffing, para que se registren acá con este enlace. Y también tenemos Bitunix, que les está regalando 20% de depósito en sus bonos, les da hasta 125x en su lana. Eso quiere decir que si abres un trade de $1,000 con $1,000 cash, puedes hacerlo hasta de $125,000 tu posición. Y ahora eso te eliminaría muy rápido si la cagas, pero ahí está eso. Y también usa nuestro enlace para que te dé 30% de descuento en los fees. Esto es buenísimo, sobre todo si estás tradeando y ya sabes que abres un trade y le ganas $500 en chinga, pero la comisión te costó 300, te llevaste solo 200. Esto es bueno para todos ustedes, entonces. También tenemos nuestro sitio web, por si se preguntan, güey, ¿cómo usamos los exchanges de futuros? Este es el ejemplo usando Bluffing. Ya les subí el de B2Nix. Lo vamos a poner en, ¿cómo se dice? Espero que para hoy, mañana, ya estará en vivo acá. Tienes un video de 5 minutos donde te explica cómo usar todo esto, cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero a ella, cómo abrir una posición en futuros, todo eso. Aquí lo tienes y tienes el enlace por acá para aprovechar todas esas promociones de las que estábamos hablando antes en el Discord. Pero sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, todos los enlaces están aquí abajo. Se los dejo a todos ustedes para cualquier cosa y vamos a darle. Good morning, motherfuckers.
¿Qué pedo, güey? Vamos por un Aquiles.
How are you? Vamos por what?
Vamos por un Aquiles.
Unas chelas, yeah. That's Cochiloco's thing?
It is indeed.
I don't know why I knew that. I don't know why I knew that. Are you watching this movie every day, a couple times a day? I'm starting to get concerned.
I might just be.
What is going on with the Bitcoins, boys?
Aside finally hit that $116,000 number.
It missed me on the long side by like a fucking a pubic hair, and right now he did the same thing on the short side. So it's been quite fucky.
Yeah, it honestly has been. But at least we're getting that volatility. It's a lot better than just nothingness.
Yeah.
So at least we're getting a busting action move. And really, I mean, it's just looking like exactly what occurred in August. Each level that gets reclaimed acts as support, leading to another expansion to the next level. Very simple trading here. And this really does work out in bullish environments and trending markets. So here we have very similar idea. You know, you're just SR flipping every level that was resistance, flipped into support before expanding. Now into yesterday was a very important day because we were still watching that 114,200 region very carefully. That was a big zone for me moving forward. And really that's what was going to separate bulls from that $116,000 area. Yesterday we had, I believe it was CPI. Yeah, it was CPI. I'm a little off this week on my days. Just realized it was Friday, by the way. So that's a nice surprise. But yeah, no, we had CPI.
Oh, yeah, right. Wonderful. Nice, no? Like, oh God, it's Friday today. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's not a bad surprise at all. I thought it was Wednesday for some odd reason. So, you know, we had CPI that gave volatility to markets, stocks, and crypto. To me, it seemed like markets were primed for a move. It just seemed very likely, like we're not going to keep ranging here, and we're going to see volatility up or down, specifically when you know that the weekly has 3 days on Bitcoin, 2 days now, 3 days yesterday, to actually get that weekly candle closure. This is very important because this weekly candle closure is really going to be what solidifies bulls' hopes and dreams. Because before this week, we were in a HPDR breakdown. Technically, you were in a weekly downtrend. You still technically are, and you even rejected off that weekly 9. So this week, seeing a nice reclaim back into that $114,000 region, getting solidly back above the weekly 9, and even popping back within the 38.2% HPDR range. It's all very good, and really, the weekly is looking like it's going to close solid, knock on wood. And this is mainly because of the daily. The daily really did churn nice after we made that higher high break. This was very important because the higher high break rally right into resistance before CPI was telling me to be slightly cautious here. Watch for a minor pullback. Any pullback should lead to a higher low. Now, you do see that whenever you get back above all major moving averages, this is a price structure shift, and this ultimately puts us in a buy signal or a sell signal. Whenever you lose all major moving averages to the downside, generally this just indicates massive sell-off. And vice versa, when you get back above all major moving averages, generally that's when the party can begin. So in going today, we're still really just playing these ranges. Nothing has changed. We're just still in higher high posturing, and really I'm watching 2 scenarios to occur. You're either going to consolidate into Sunday's close, giving bulls a very good weekly candle closure, and then into the next following weekly candle close, into the next following weekly open, scrambling my words, you'll actually get that pullback, simply giving you that daily higher low while just retesting a weekly 9. We've seen this work out very nicely before. You get a reclaim, you gauge the weekly 9, that's the spot to long, and so forth. We'll keep looking. The weekly 9, I like. It's like the daily EMA 100, and the weekly 9 is often a very good spot to watch. Yeah, this front ran it actually, but still idea of longing into that region still would have paid well. All right, and these are all just based on when we lose a weekly 9 and then get back above it. Generally, what's the kind of reactions, or what has been the reactions in this bull market? Well, you reclaim it and then access support, which then gives you expansion moves. Very simple. So really what we could see is either consolidation into Sunday. We get a very solid weekly candle closure, and all that does is play right into our idea that we still have, which is higher low. We actually throw it back test what was resistance, flipped into support, watching all major moving averages, the 9, the 21, and the 34. You also see here on the daily that we've desolidified the silver cross. We had a daily silver cross that was watching and really guiding our bias and shorting here. You now have the 9 crossing above the 21. This is gearing up for a silver cross to the upside. Now, if you do get that daily silver cross to the upside, what could that mean? Well, just simply a pullback, retest the daily EMA 9, which will line up really nicely with us firstly testing that $112,000 region, which is still a very important spot. But we've seen chop here before going up. But then also, most importantly, I just need to see that SR flip in real time. Because here we still are going off the assumption that this is solid support, but I don't like trading off assumption. Rather, I need price to prove this to me. And with trend and with the weekly candle closure coming up and everything I know, in theory, it should hold like this, and we should get that move up. Now, if we do end up forming a higher low, flipping the moving averages into support, retesting the daily median, I'm not bearish in this scenario. The fact that we got daily candle closures above that $112,000 region really shifted things for me. That was really the start of something major, and that's just what we've been seeing, which is an all-time high potential has been formed once you get back above that $112,000 region. You had a massive dump, held as support, new all-time high. Very simple in my trading, so I just have to look at this zone as a major spot. Above that, in confluence with all major moving averages and also the weekly 9. Yeah, I mean, the Bears had the chance to dump and they absolutely missed it. So really, this is becoming a lot more in favor of bulls. It will solidify on this weekly candle closure. And why do I keep saying that? Well, the weekly also is a 2-week, and it's very important to watch these because as we've gone on the last few weeks, really, the last months, we've had just higher time frame volatility contracting on the weekly, the 2-week, the monthly. And this is all important because this is still telling you that there's still major volatility in this market, and there should not be any FOMO here. You really should just be quick to what the charts tell you, play it. And still, so far, it's saying we need to wait on the weekly and 2-week, but getting back above 114,000 on a weekly candle closure will be great. You're right back within this range. And really, the area was 112,000. If you just gauge this zone, these 3 lines, boom, 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 as a range, you're just popping back within that range. Really just not, you're avoiding a major breakdown. So moving forward today, I'm still on the idea that you're going to get a pullback here. This pullback will lead to bullish structure, and now we have to be on the camp that bulls are going to grind out a daily higher low, really solidify the weekly EMA 9. As I showed before, you get the loss of it, you pop back above it, right? Nice busting action move. And even here, you came down, retested it, and then made a new high. So it doesn't have to just be like this, and we're just, all rich. It can often just take time. This is where you get your bullish structure. So that's what I'm looking for into next week. You now have areas that you need to watch as a bull, which is, okay, let's watch that $114,000 throwback. We're just back within this new range. Nothing to be concerned about. You start losing $114,000. It's not like, okay, we're now top. No, it's just going to give you confidence that maybe that deeper pullback is going to happen. If that happens before the weekly closure, all eyes on that weekly 9. Because it really doesn't matter if we come all the way down. As long as you're closing above that weekly EMA 9, that's just going to be very bullish. You're back within the range, $112,000 held. And at that point, you can start moving up. So you have an area, we've hit $116,000. This is my last spot before you do make a new high. So, right, that would just be a range breakout for me. If I go to CME, it shows that, you really can start moving up bigly into that $120,000 region once you actually break this $116,000 area. So that's what I'm watching on Bitcoin. Just still at resistance now. We did see a nice busting action move yesterday. Very important because we go to the hourly. I was watching this setup actually. This was right when New York. Let me actually double check this. Yeah, this was right when New York opened into this region, I believe. We then had that nice dump. Notice whenever pre-New York, you're really just getting like a little dump. It's baiting shorts, and then you get this nice buyback. We were watching here this lower time frame deviation. It took it out. After the hourly started closing back above that 114,200 region, this is when I was live on X, and we were talking on the Discord. This is when it started to give me the trigger that, yeah, you're going to start making your move to $116,000. And so you've gotten that. So now we just need to watch very carefully going forward the daily and where this develops, how this candle actually forms. Do we actually lose 114,200? Or are we just going to come up, reject, hold it as support, come up, reject, and then just simply break out? Again, just flipping this range into a new area. And so far we've been doing that, right? You've just been flipping areas into support, breaking out. It's just, are we going to get that $112,000 retest, or is 114,000 just going to simply hold? Really is just a no trade zone going into today. You just need to watch and sit on your hands, because in the midst of a daily trend shift here, it's going to make it very hard now to short, similar to how shorting was here. It just was very hard, difficult. Once you got that daily trend shift, it was very to the book, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So just be aware of that and understand that the weekly has 2 days to go. So if bears are going to pick up, in theory, it should be within the next 2 days. But so far, how has that been working? Not really well. So just be aware of that. And we do now have that weekly EMA 9 at $113,000. So it has shifted up. So something just to note, and that is on the index. Let me check here, Coinbase. That's at 113 as well. Nice. And then let's go to the 10-day real quick. Let's take a look here. Again, just confluence of that idea. If you get a pullback that takes you to $112,000, it's really not going to be looked at as bearish. So watch the 10-day, the 15-day, the 2-week, the weekly. Really, the macro needs to start shifting bullish in order to really start breaking out of here. And visually, you can just see this level. It's very important. It's resistance. You're still within the ranges. It can quickly change, but that's why we still shouldn't discredit the ranges. I mean, like I've been saying, even in this region, it still worked out nicely. So all eyes on $114,000. If you start losing that confluence of maybe getting that daily higher low right into that $112,000 region. We'll go to Tether dominance now, because still the same idea. You're just consistently now in a daily downtrend, lower low break, still the same idea. In theory, you should pop up, flip this region, which was support, into resistance. Now, it doesn't have to come exactly to the T either. You are noticing the daily 9 shifting down. Very easily can just reject the daily 9 and then move down. You've been seeing that, actually. The daily 9's just been rejecting. But the idea is you still will get your lower high on Tether dominance, higher low on Bitcoin. This at least will keep you in check. You're thinking about aggressively longing Bitcoin in this region at $116,000. Just understand, if we do get this pop, which is very logical, still very bearish, a 3% move, high leverage traders, I don't know if they'd be able to afford that. So right in that $112,000 region would be right into that 3% move from here. Now, from that wick high, 3% move would take you right into the moving averages. Very close to that daily median as well. So yeah, very simple on Tether dominance. Like I said, though, it doesn't have to happen immediately. You very well can just consolidate here and then pop up on that new weekly close. That'll actually play really nicely. It'll give us an easier setup, because then you can just gauge that weekly median, weekly EMA 9 in confluence with the 4.4%. Oh gosh, let's do that. Worked out pretty nicely here. I mean, you just lost it, rejected down. Same thing. This one was a little more predatory, but still same logic. So this tells me, though, you're just still in the midst of a breakdown, potentially. Really no FOMO yet. I mean, you feel like you've missed the mark when you're just in the midst of a fresh daily downtrend. Weekly EMA 9 is about to freshly be lost. It just sounds emotional. You very well can get this set up and then come down. This will give you enough time to position and wait for a setup to actually come, rather than just aggressively trying to predict maybe a breakout here, and then it rolls over, gets your daily higher low, takes out all late longs, because that's usually what happens. There's no free lunch here. Bulls have had an easy move up. We've now hit our extremity resistance. Start rolling over here. This would be a good time to flush out late longs. that really all got an easy trade into CPI yesterday. So that's Tether dominance. Watch the weekly carefully. Just still all applies. We'll quickly go to Bitcoin dominance. Look at the monthly. Last week we were watching, we were getting, a lot of resistance on that monthly 21. So it still just looks like Bitcoin dominance is gearing up for a monthly move all the way down to that 56.3%, or specifically that monthly EMA 34. That should be the last big spot for Bitcoin dominance before you maybe get a bounce or a major collapse down. And that just makes sense, right? You reject the 21, you'll go to the 34. That is the area that's really brewing for me. But remember, you can't really discredit that 57.4%. So how I'm gauging this now on Bitcoin dominance is once this weekly EMA 100 gets lost, that'll give me good confluence of making that move down to that 78.6% or that monthly EMA 34. So that at least can keep me in check. If you're trading off the monthly, I'd use the weekly as well to kind of help you gauge the area we're at, because where this could look, straight shoot down, the weekly says, well, no, you need to actually lose this EMA 100, which is always a big level on any chart. And then maybe we'll get that deeper pullback. I do believe, though, that before you start breaking down to the low 50%, if at all, you are going to get your move up and first get your retest on the monthly. So that very well could look like this: a reclaim, a big squeeze up, and then a rollover. And why I'm really gauging that, and this very well could take a long time, 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 months, is just simply using a monthly EMA9, something very strong, acting as support, should be in theory flipped into resistance eventually. So that could be off the back of a EMA 34 retest before a spring up. But I am waiting for this move, and I do know that once we get this move, this will get everyone bullish on Bitcoin dominance again. But we'll know. Now this is actually just potentially just a major monthly lower high in the making. So that's still what I'm watching on Bitcoin dominance. Still something to consider. And the chart is very bearish. I mean, we identified that once you got your major SFP on that EMA 100 on the monthly. That was just the start of a major move down. So interesting environment. I mean, you can just see here this level on Bitcoin dominance. If I throw off the rainbow chart, big downside moves occur into this region. So we can't act like, a major collapse once you lose that 57% won't occur, because, I mean, that has occurred each time before. So it's been pretty brutal. For example, this one monthly candle is down 19% basically after rejecting that 60% region or that monthly 9. So that's still why I'm going to be gauging that monthly 9. Generally is a wise spot to look at once it's freshly lost, at least in my experience. So, we're watching Bitcoin. We're still gauging 114,200. We're just playing within the ranges. You're either going to hold that as support and get a move up, or you're going to lose 114,200. That'll give you confluence of perhaps a deeper pullback. Deeper pullback for me will just be right into that $112,000 region. Your SR flipping the daily moving averages, getting a higher low, all while potentially even maybe retesting a weekly EMA 9. We've seen before, whenever you lose a weekly 9, then get back above. Generally, the retest is what follows before expansion. So I'm just going to take it as such. No reason to overcomplicate things within a range. Bitcoin's still respecting that range. And yes, we haven't full on rejected or sold off, but still, I mean, it's still respecting it well. So we'll have to watch very carefully where we go moving forward. But even on this 8-hour view, shorts will use this high as a top. And simply, they're just targeting that 8-hour EMA 9. That gives us really good confluence of just playing within this range on the lower time frame. So That's all I have on Bitcoin and crypto world. Not looking the worse. It's pretty straightforward. So, yeah.
Alrighty. Up. Why is my trading view not working? There we go. Switch to the daily and load Bitcoin. So the original the original idea is playing out. Well, we got to move to somewhere around the $116,000 area. Currently, our wick high is about 116,291, 116,000 plus 116.3. And the zone that we were looking at was between 116.3 and 116.5, which was front run by like $8.10. I'm very, very, very salty that I used 150x leverage instead of 130x because I wouldn't have been liquidated and I would be up bigly right now. But I used a little bit too much leverage. It was a gamble. It was only $200, so it is what it is. But that would have been nice. Right now on the daily, we're very, very close to getting a fresh silver cross to the upside, and maybe two closures max before this does silver cross. And on the silver cross, we likely will get a pretty nice pump ski to go along with it. That should take you somewhere around that 117 to maybe $118,000 area. But as long as you are closing below about 117,411, you are going to be more in more of a bearish posturing than looking for longs in this region. Once you get a close over that 117,411, then you are going to be a lot more on the bullish side, and I'm going to be of the opinion that we are going to be going to new all-time highs and probably pretty quick. Because if you look at volatility is sitting below the 50%, while momentum is very close to breaking into the bullish control zone. Likely when that happens, you are going to get some nice volatility expansion, and you are very close to also getting a bullish jewel cross of the pink, close to getting above the yellow. Let's go to the 4-hour. 4-hour is now flipping back up above the moving average, getting very close to getting back into the bullish control zone. 4-hour is forming currently some hidden bullish divergence by momentum taking out the previous low, while price action with a higher low. That is now confirmed, or actually will be confirmed with any close over about 115,259, and that should give us a pretty easy move somewhere around the 78.6%, right around the 117.5 area. Very close to the number that we need to close above to send us to new all-time highs. Right now, the jewel is giving you a God mode sell signal with the red God mode background and the oscillator shifting over in dark blue. Let's see if there's any divergences present on the jewel. Let's zoom in. There's a higher high. Let's see. Between this high and this high, there is some bearish divergence. It is not the strongest drive of bearish divergence because it is so far back. It's all the way back in like September 3rd, where right now we're in September 12th. Not that far back in terms of days, but since this is a 4-hour chart, it's several bars back. So it's not really going to be that great of a move off of this divergence. And this will confirm with any close below about 115 to 29. And that should take us somewhere around this median, which is not really that much lower, just right around that $114,000 area. And as long as we are closing over $114,000 on a 4-hour basis, pressure is still to the upside. Let's go to 2-day. 2-day is now exactly at that top 38.2%, with momentum flipped to the upside. Volatility is now expanding, and the jewel's giving us a buy signal within the bearish control zone. As long as we are holding over this 38.2%, probabilities are still to the upside. If we do close like this is a little bit of a top candle. I would expect a move to the downside to test this 38.2%, maybe a little bit forward to go somewhere around that lower $114,000 area. But you would expect a bounce from that zone and continue upwards to testing somewhere around 117. But if you, on the opposite hand, if you look at momentum getting over this previous high, while price is still making a lower high, there is a possibility for hitting bearish divergence, and that will confirm with any close below about 110,877. And if that does confirm, you will get an easy target of hitting this bottom 38.2%. Actually, you go lower to this 100 EMA, which would be a magnet for price at that point. And that is sitting right now at about 105,150. But at that, once you're testing that 100, you likely will get a bounce from that zone. Very, very high probability you will get a bounce. That bounce will likely take you somewhere between around like 107 to maybe like 108, 185. But that bounce is high probability to fail, and at that point you're going to go to the 200 wherever it is at that point at that time. And right now the 200 is sitting at this moment at around $92,000. It will rise with every single 4-hour close. So eventually, maybe it'll be sitting somewhere around that $95,000, $94,000 area, because that is where a lot of the divergence targets are currently. Let's zoom in on this jewel and mark off what this buy signal usually produces, because this is a 2-day chart, so it should be quite respectable. This one won't be as powerful because of the buy signal happening out of the bearish control zone. I'll mark it off this one and call it at that. This one was move up about 8.7%. Let's check this one. This one was bigger, quite big. That's what she said. 5%, 26.2%, 76%. That's not bad for 2 days ago. This one, about 5.68%. Damn, it couldn't do 0.01% more. The low end number seems to be around 5%, 15%. About 5%. 8%, and then 40%. And as of this moment, from the open, we have gone up 4.14%, taking 5%, right around $117,000, $117,500. Very interesting, because that is one of our HPDR targets, and 117.4 is right around the area we need to close over to get some nice busting action. We really want to see this Bitcoin bust. 5-day, I think I'll do the index. Not the most data on bluffing. 5-day is now flipping up on momentum, getting back over the moving average, while volatility is currently contracting. Let's see if there's any divergence present. No, we made a lower low. Price, let's see what the close is. This is 106,000. And this is so there is present for possibility for hidden bullish divergence, because we have taken out this low on momentum, or it's still making a higher low. And to confirm that, we will have to close over about 113,421. And if that does confirm, we will get an easy target hitting the median, and plus closing over the area will also reclaim the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA, which the 5-day does have a setup for every time you close over the 9 EMA, you will act, which we went over on the last stream, it triggers along, and then whenever you close below the 9, that closes along. And technically, if you want to be aggressive, you could take a short on the close below the 9 EMA, and then you would close the short on the close over the 9 EMA. And that would give you an easy target of hitting the median. Right now, that's at about $122,000, very close to our current all-time highs. This median will move in about 9 hours, 9.5 hours. We have to see wherever it goes to on the close. And now there still is that sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. Let's see how much we've gone down since the sell signal. We went down about 7.2%. But if we do close over that area, likely will take us over, give us that close over 117,411, taking us to some nice new all-time highs. Right now, the 5-day target would be at that 38.2%, which is about 138K. Weekly, currently close to flipping back up on momentum, but hasn't quite done it yet. Volatility is still in the expansion phase, and weekly is also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these lows, while price is still making a higher low. And the confirmation for the weekly is going to be at about 113,421, and that will give us a target of median, which right now is at about 128, slightly new all-time highs. It'd be very funny if Bitcoin keeps doing that little slightly new all-time high, putting in a nice little dumpsty and then a slightly new all-time high. Very boring price action, but that seems to be what fucks with most people, so that's what we're probably going to do. Weekly is very close to leaving the sell signal with the pink right at the yellow. This is likely going to happen in maybe 1 or 2 closures, unless we get that close over 113,421. Then likely these lines are going to diverge, and you're going to get a nice pumpski off of that. 2 week, it's also very close to flipping back up on momentum, also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence with volatility just about to go into a contracting phase, and the 2 week is now losing the buy signal on the jewel. There's also bearish divergence on the jewel present because we made a lower high in momentum with a higher high on price. To confirm the hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week, we'd have to close over 117,622, which would also give us that close over 117,411, giving us an easy target of this median, which right now is at just under 130,000 at about 129,260, right at my mean line at 130. Monthly also getting momentum flipping back up, putting in many drives of hitting bullish divergence, with volatility now going into a contraction phase. And the monthly jewels getting hitting bullish divergence with a buy signal and 2 periods on the buy signal. And we are once again bouncing off of that monthly 5. And as long as we are holding over the monthly 5, the trend is still strongly to the upside. And our current target would be that median, which is also right with my mean line at around 130,000. We'll go into the RSI. Okay. Tether currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence, or 3 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly, and we are currently right at the reset, the neutral zone on the RSI, which is at about 3 point, well, just it's a little bit below price action, so at 3.94%, but we are there on the RSI. The next target is going to be the bearish control zone, with volatility freshly going into an expansion phase for the from the lowest volatility ever on Tether dominance, and this is the first time we've gotten volatility expansion with bearish divergence. And the next target will be the bearish control zone, which right now sits at, oh, it doesn't even tell you what it is. Monthly also has bearish divergence, has hidden bearish divergence. The easy target, it's going to be active actually as long as you're below 4.6%. Easy target would be that 100 EMA, which also you have another drive of hidden bearish divergence possible, and that will basically confirm that 100 EMA. That third drive of hidden bearish divergence confirms the close below 3.96, and your RSI target is the bearish control zone at about 3.26%. 2 week also has hidden bearish divergence as long as you're closing below 4.57%. The RSI target is the bearish control zone, that sits at 3.3. With volatility now at extreme lows with the hidden bearish divergence and still technically in an expansion phase. Weekly is now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This confirms with any close below 4.37%. You get an easy target of the simple moving average, which right now is at 4.05%. And then the next target is the bearish control zone, which right now is at 4.14%. Nothing. 2-day currently has 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence present, with another drive possible right here. With momentum making a higher high, price is still making lower highs. This will be confirmed with any close below about 4.18%. Easy target is going to be the bearish control zone with volatility at extreme lows. That level sits at about 3.9%. Daily, nothing. 4 hour currently has fresh hidden bearish divergence, which will be active as long as you're closing below 4.29%. And your next target is going to be the bearish critical zone, which right now is at about 4.2%. Volatility is very close to going back into extreme lows. Quarterly currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and this is going to be present as long as you are closing over about 74,441. There is possibility for bearish divergence, however, because we are continually making lower highs on momentum, more prices making higher highs. The confirmation of that bearish divergence is going to be the same thing that invalidates the hidden bullish divergence, which right now is a close below about 74,441. On this next quarterly candle, however, it's going to be a close below 105,159. That'll be a lot easier to do for the bears. Monthly currently still has active hidden bullish divergence with momentum making lower lows, prices making higher lows. This was active as long as you're closing below about 107,412. And just like the quarterly, you have possibility for bearish divergence. That would be 3 drives of bearish divergence on the monthly, and that confirms also with the close below 107,412. That does confirm that bearish divergence. That would give you a target minimum of this edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about actually, no, it would be a lot lower than that. It would be the neutral zone would be the minimum target, and that right now is at about $65,000, 64.6, with volatility at now extreme lows. So it is slightly favoring the bulls because you do have that hidden bullish divergence present, but the bearish divergence not confirmed. So that will give you more probability of this volatility expanding with the hidden bullish divergence. But if you do get that bearish divergence confirmed, you're going to get this volatility heavily expanding, and you're probably going to go. I'm of the opinion you're going to go below $60,000 with that monthly volatility expansion with 3 drives of bearish divergence. I think you're probably going to go somewhere into the 40s at a minimum, maybe like $46,000, which is the number that price was at whenever the ETFs came out. And seems a little bit unlikely that we're going to go into a bear market and people who bought ETFs are not even going to be at a slight drawdown. A little sus. Probably not going to happen. Probably gonna lose a little shekels. In 2 week. 2 week currently has many drives of bearish divergence present. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 117,622. And your next target is right now the neutral zone, which right now sits at about $94,000. Weekly is now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about 113,420, above 113,421, and that gives you an easy target of hitting the bullish control zone with volatility at extreme lows now, currently approaching 0% at around 4.7%. The easy target is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $120,000. And then the next target is the simple moving average. Both are very likely with volatility at extreme lows. Simple moving average is at about $135,000. Some nice new all-time highs in the 130s. 5-day also putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. This confirms with any close over about 113,421. Volatility is at now 3 periods of 0%, with that third drive of hidden bullish divergence forming. That gives you an easy target of the simple moving average, which is right now at about 120. Nothing there. 2-day currently has bullish divergence. Is there? This is going to be active as long as you're closing over the zoom in. About 110,988. Your next target on that divergence is the neutral zone, which right now is at about 117.5. Another target giving us that 117.5 area, and as long as we are trading below 117.5 or closing below 117.5, it is more pressure to the downside. That's going to be a lower high, and then we likely are going to go down lower. And right now, the area of interest is about $95,000. Nothing there. And nothing there. Now we will move on to momentum. Okay, we'll go to the monthly. Bitcoin. Monthly is currently still freshly flipped to the upside with hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Volatility is now reset back in extreme lows. So wherever right now, if volatility does start expanding, it would favor the upside because momentum is still flipped to the upside. Right now, to get volatility expansion, likely you do get it with any tick over 127, 124, 277. Sorry, there's dyslexia right there. That is currently our all-time highs. Let's go a little lower. And I believe the stochastic is also presenting that bearish divergence. It is indeed, yeah, because this is also forming a lower high on momentum right now, and price is making higher highs. 2 week currently is freshly flipped back to the upside with volatility now back in extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 117,100. And this is freshly flipped up, maintaining the critical zone. And 117 right now is that area that we likely are going to tap. And as long as we're closing below about 117,411, it's still pressure to the downside. So even if we do test this 117 area, it would just be a test of the pivot. And we close in about 2 days. So if we close below 117, this momentum is going to flip back to the downside. And that'll put in bearish divergence because we made lower high on momentum. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 119,500. And on this next close, right now you're currently projected on this next open to be at the edge of the bullish control zone. So at this area, if you are going to be bullish, this pivot is going to go down. 5 days currently at 3 periods of 0% on volatility, with momentum currently flipped to the downside. So right now, if this volatility does start expanding, that would favor downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're trading below or closing below 120,750. And on this next open, it's projected to be right at the edge of the, actually on two more opens, it's going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. That area, if we're bullish, the pivot will drop. But right now, if we get volatility expansion, it's favored to the downside. 2 days currently freshly flipped up with a derp of life. We are very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone. On this next opening, we will break out of the bearish control zone with volatility now at extreme lows, and we are flipped up over as long as we're closing over 109,600. Daily is now getting volatility expansion from extreme lows from below 15%, giving us the volatility set up on the daily, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $112,000. Let's zoom in a little bit. Right now on the daily, if I hate it when the zooming thing fucks up. On the daily, if we do get a move to the downside, which kind of does look like right now based off of this nice shooting star, I would expect to move down to this 5 EMA, which is right around $114,000. And there's a point of influence for that $114,000 zone. At that point, we likely will get that silver across, and when we spring off of that 114 zone, it's somewhere around 117 to 118. 4 hours now once again back in extreme lows on volatility, right at that 14% zone. We are currently flipped down on momentum on the 4 hour, landing up with a short-term move to the downside. And we're going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below about $115,950 or $116,000. So on the high time frames, Bitcoin is still looking quite bullish. We're maintaining bounces off of the 5 EMA, and these are pretty strong bounces. Let's do a measurement wise. We are currently up almost 10% off of that 5 EMA. And we have momentum freshly flipped back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence on the monthly with volatility at extreme lows. And the pivot is significantly below price action right now. We have volatility setups basically across the board. Right now, the area of interest is somewhere around $117,500. If we can get it at the minimum a daily close over 117,412, that likely will send us to somewhere around our current all-time highs at least. But I do think we will hit new all-time highs based off of how many high time frame hidden bullish divergences that will confirm, and that gives us targets of somewhere around $130,000 to $135,000 on confirmation of those hidden bullish divergences. On the low time frames down to the 4 hour, we are getting momentum pulling, starting to flip down, which does make me think we are going to come down to retest that 5 EMA at right around $114,000. But based off of the higher time frame divergences, which are currently active, and the silver cross we're about to get on the daily, I do think that 114 zone is going to spring us into somewhere around 117 to 118. If we reject that zone and close below 117.4, it is high probability we're going to break somewhere around below 100,000, right around 95,000, because that is what our bearish divergence targets are next. I'm slightly leaning towards that happening right now, getting a rejection of 117 to 118, making a slight lower low, and then getting a strong bounce, and then going to new all-time highs from there. Because that would play out with the blood moon setup and the bear moon that we're about to get. It sounds kind of retarded, but I put a lot of weight on those events. You shouldn't exactly use those as your main metric for trading, but it gives you a nice little confluence for your longer term ideas. For if you see a setup to where you have a possible rejection and hidden bearish divergence and lower lows, and it lines up with the bear moon, it kind of gives you more confidence in the idea. If we
When's
get
the
a
bear
closure
moon?
over the bear moon, I believe is September, I think sometime next week. I don't remember the exact date.
So just like
15th,
with
I
the
think.
meeting of the Fed.
Yeah,
Excellent.
and we got the Fed meeting and a bear moon.
Well, I don't know if you
But
guys are waiting for interest rates to drop and what the Fed's going to say, but I look at my mortgage application thing every morning, and right now it went down from this month that was at 6.5, 6.6 to 5.9%. So interest rates have officially dropped while everyone waits for the Fed to do it. That's crazy. No, that's impossible because the Fed is the one that dictates the rates. There's no way this is happening.
that's probably why traditional markets were hitting new all-time highs.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, and towards the end of that, if it's really just cuts, like, and this is where it's going to be different, where, where it's going to actually play out. If we get like after the Fed meeting, a move to the downside right away, then it's going to be upside, and the cuts are not going to do anything, and everything is going to bounce back again like a year ago. Like that means rates won't really drop. This was the drop. It went to 5.9. Whoever took advantage, and then the rates are going to go back up. But if we see the move on the opposite side, the Fed cuts, market goes up, then the same thing that happens every time the Fed cuts rates will happen again, and the market will take a massive dump right after. So that's what I'm waiting more than anything. Just waiting to see where that move goes. I mean, I have my orders right now for what I told, like what I had said on the last stream, right? When we were at 112 saying 116, 117, that's going to be my two entries. And I missed the first one at 116 for the short for nothing, for like a few dollars. And I still have those open. I still believe that at least that zone will be a zone of rejection for at least some quickie money, which I'll gladly take. But the real move that I'm waiting for is the Fed. Whatever happens first on an exaggerated fashion, I'm going to go against it. It works every single time. Like it's crazy to even think more than that.
Yeah, those high probability extremity trades where you're instantly in profit. Your voice is cutting up.
Yeah, throw me the move. Then I'll do the opposite, period.
Yeah, the smartest ones to take, the hardest ones based off the patience it requires.
Of course, but that I mean, honestly, I'm old. I have nothing else to do. No open trades until it's ready.
You just hit the beach, get a couple of chelas.
Yeah, fucking chill. Well, I'm not drinking these days, but yeah.
You mean neither. I just like to say it.
Yeah, it does sound pretty good and refreshing.
But yeah, the basic idea is short-term moves to the downside to tap 114s. And if we do bounce at 114s, which I do think we will, go towards about 117, 118. As long as we are closing below 117.4, I do think we're going to end up going to 95,000. If we break 117.4 on a daily closing basis, then I think we're going to go to new all-time highs. So basically just watching the reaction around those key levels. The same idea as what you mentioned, where if you high probability long at somewhere around 114, low 114, and then high probability short around 117.5 to 118. And whether we're bullish or bearish, you're likely going to get somewhat of a reaction around those two zones, just playing the key levels.
Yes, senor. Thank you so much. This is what we got for you boys next. 1 second.
Very nice.
Coinbase and S&P 500.
Nice.
And I will
Which one do you
end
want?
that. I think I would like Coinbase.
Cool. I'll do the S&P.
Very nice. All righty, boys.
And
Thank you. Thank you so
Slight
much.
announcement, fellas. I am now an engaged man.
Congratulations, dude. You fucking did it. Now you're adulting. You're adulting little by little. All the best to you both,
no longer a
motherfuckers.
boy.
Don't fuck
Thank
this
you very
up.
much.
No.
I'll try. I'll try.
Yeah, you guys can keep flexing your girlfriends to us single people.
Wife now, or fiance.
Say I mean.
Fiance, yeah. Don't get too ahead, dude. Please, for the love of God. I feel like we're chicks having our period at the same time right now. What's going on? Fiance first. When do you have a wedding date?
Sometime next year.
Sometime next year?
Yeah.
This is how you know. This is boys. So everyone watching, this is how you know you're not getting invited. When you don't get a clear answer and it's like, oh, it's this day.
Oh, you're definitely-
sometime next year.
You're
And then you
definitely
find out
getting
your boy
invited.
got married. It's like, oh yeah, it was last week. And you're like, oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
No, you
So
definitely
you guys
getting
know.
invited.
Thank you, sirs.
Yeah.
All righty.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, lo tenemos por acá. Perdón por todo el descague. Esta línea la voy a borrar, pero esta línea va a servir. El tope de esta línea es por ahí de los 117, ¿ok? Y ahí es donde yo voy a esperar que tenga una resistencia. ¿Qué les dije la semana pasada? No, la semana pasada, me estoy mamando el miércoles. El miércoles les dije, tíos, de acá nos vamos para arriba, justamente acá. Vamos a ir a los 116,400 a 117,500. Que es esta línea. Llegamos a los 116,390. Me faltó mi entrada al corto por un pelo de rana calva, cabrón. Ok, pero ahí va. Eso quiere decir que tenemos el pulso del mercado porque le metí el dedo en el culo y ahí está, yendo uno a uno. Definitivamente vamos a venir a esta zona de los 117,500 y la vamos a testear, todo eso. Ok, y ahora ahí va a ser el momento crítico. Una vez que estemos por encima de esta zona y si cerramos por acá, el movimiento va a dar continuación a la alza y nos podemos olvidar de que esto tenga un rechazo a la baja. ¿Ok? Si es que se llega a dar ese escenario que les acabo de pintar por ahorita. Pero ahorita lo que estoy viendo en la tabla y lo que me dicen mis sentidos arácnidos es que un retroceso, porque la gente ahorita está en long y se ha estado metido en long todo este tiempo. Un retroceso entre 113,700 y 112,900 sería una excelente oportunidad para entrar, para llegar a este nivel. Yo estoy jugando los dos. Ahorita tengo todas mis entradas, todas, que son básicamente dos, pero los tengo dividido en diferentes cuentas. Todas mis entradas están aquí arriba. Si veo que empezamos a perder los 114,300, ahí es donde voy a cambiarlas rápido y me voy a ir al lado long de este lado para subir. ¿Ok? Recuerda, ¿cuál es el trabajo de Bitcoin? Eliminar a la mayor cantidad de gente posible. No se trata de hacerte rico ni hacerte dinero. Entonces, habíamos ya contado de cómo eliminaron a la gente, cómo la hicieron pendeja con esta vela topera que nos dieron literalmente desde la mañana y eso fue básicamente el fondo y de ahí subimos. Estamos leyéndolo bien, estamos leyendo la jugada que va en contra nuestra, excelente en este momento, en estos momentos, vamos a toda madre y la cuenta de banco nos lo dice. No tenemos que voltear a ver a ningún otro lado. Ahora, lo que vamos a esperar nosotros es a que esto vuelva a dar una visitada por acá para poder rebotar a la alza. Y esta visita puede ser también hasta esta línea meme, en los 112, 160. No me preocuparía si eso llega a ser el caso, eso sería el caso muy extremo. Ya les dije los niveles, 113,700 y 112,900 para mí son los niveles esenciales, que es donde voy a tener mis entradas para hacer este delicioso long potente. Pero por ahora, lo que les estaba explicando era esto. Habían con esto sacado a todos los longs. Luego se metieron acá los longs, empezaron a ganar y ahora toca eliminarlos. Y la zona de eliminación de los longs normalmente depende del fondo de esta vela. Y esta vela tiene su fondo en 113,400, ¿ok? Por eso mis líneas son mis ideas son tan sencillas y pendejas. ¿Qué se cogería toda la gente que entró aquí? Pues bajar acá, güey. No tienes que ser un puto genio para entender eso. Ahora, puede que el movimiento no se dé. Sí, como les estoy diciendo, estamos preparados a los dos lados. Aquí arriba con los cortos en 116,469 y en los 117,469. Y en la parte de abajo estamos listos para los longs si empezamos a ver el movimiento a la parte baja y llegamos a ver que se empieza a caer por ahí de los 100, ¿qué era? 113,400. Aquí es donde se pone interesante la cosa y aquí es donde literalmente nos daría la entrada por aquí abajo o aquí, ¿no? En los 112,500. Entonces vamos a estar aquí pendientes. Primera oportunidad, 113,700 para mí. Y vamos a analizar esto con Toño de Valdés para poder ponerlo en buen contexto para todo el mundo que no lo ha visto. Y si estás entrando por primera vez a ver esto, esta es una tabla trimestral de Bitcoin. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses, por eso es tan corta, pero no es tan corta en realidad, empieza en el 2014. Esta, les voy a poner el índice para que lo tengamos un poco más claro y ya, solamente cuando nos acercamos creo que es buena mi tabla aparte, ¿no? Que son esas líneas memes que me han funcionado también. Ok, estamos cotizando en 114 en este momento. Pueden ver que habíamos tenido el cierre más alto en toda la historia trimestral en los $107,000 por acá. Y ahora estamos buscando el cierre más alto trimestral en 18 días y 10, que es cuando cierra esta vela. Eso quiere decir que es cuando se acaba esta y empieza otra nueva. Y por el momento estamos eliminando la vela de parecer una vela topera. Esto ya no es una vela topera, esto es una vela de continuación. Pero faltan 18 días y 10 horas para cerrar esto. Volatilidad nos continúa apuntando para abajo, pero pueden ver que ya no tan agresivamente como antes. Por eso, pero tenemos que entender que estas son 2 sesiones de volatilidad. El último cierre fue este y este todavía está abierto. Una vez más, faltan 18 días para cerrarlo. Para los que no sepan qué estamos viendo, es nuestro índice de volatilidad que se llama BBWP. Es algo gratis acá en indicadores de TradingView. Y lo rojo y de colores es la línea de volatilidad. La blanca es el promedio de esa línea de volatilidad. Aquí abajo ponemos nosotros una línea del 15% para saber cuándo el precio llega por debajo y empuja al alza. Para nosotros eso es un trigger tremendo de volatilidad. Eso nos dice si el movimiento va para arriba, que va a ir más arriba, mucho más arriba, y si va para abajo, que va a ir mucho más abajo, sobre todo en temporalidades altas. Si lo pones en una temporalidad de 3 minutos y tienes un setup de volatilidad, el precio, pues sí, se va a mover en esa dirección, pero poquito. Cuando lo ves en trimestral, que literalmente fue esto desde octubre del 2023, que si alguien sabe lo que pasó, fue el setup de Hamas. Bitcoin estaba en $25,000 y de ahí se fue hasta 125. En todo esto pueden entender por qué un setup trimestral con tan poco movimiento nos da ese tipo de mercado. Y ahora, nunca me había fijado en esto, pero interesante cómo nos dan estos setups de acá a acá y es el fin. Estos son el setup de los mercados alcistas y es el fin. Entonces, vamos a poner atención, pero esto en teoría debería de efectivamente continuar a la baja. Y ahora, el tope no está luego ahí. Una vez que ves el tope de esto, tienes antes de estar por debajo de la volatilidad. Por ejemplo, acá, ¿cuándo fue que se fue a la mierda todo en el 2021? Básicamente acá, una vez que cruzaste por debajo. Y en el 2018, ¿cuándo se fue toda la mierda? Creo que fue acá. Déjame, me aseguro de esto. Efectivamente. Entonces, tocas tu tope y acá empiezas a caer. Entonces, básicamente estos setups de volatilidad, cuando la volatilidad contrae en la de 3 meses, y esto yo no puedo creer que no lo había visto, cuando tenemos este tipo de topes, estamos cerca del tope del mercado. Aquí le voy a empezar a poner mucha más atención a esto. Mucha más. Pudieron ver el por qué, ¿no? Porque una vez que topamos, más o menos por acá, el mercado hizo su tope, más o menos por estas zonas. que es, esta fue acá, ¿no? Una adelante y esta fue acá, una abajo. Entonces, más o menos por donde está el promedio de volatilidad, si esta chingadera cae, esto nos está dando señal de que estamos cerca del tope o ya topamos, porque esto ya pasó, si esto continúa aquí a la baja. Y ahora, en esta fueron ¿cuántas sesiones? Una, dos. En estas ¿cuántas sesiones fueron? Una, dos, tres. No, dos, tres. Tres sesiones. Y en esta van una, y esta apenas sería una, podrías tener dos más, donde haga el mercado tope. Entonces, todavía tenemos probabilidad de hacer un alto más alto. Existe esa probabilidad por completo hasta ahora, pero pueden ver que estamos entrando en la recta final de ese rally. Si es que esta volatilidad continúa yendo para abajo y el promedio para arriba y vuelve a hacer el mismo efecto que estos cruces. ¿Ok? Es algo que tenemos que tener atención y no, literalmente no se me había pintado el foco con esto. Pero por ahora estamos siendo altos más altos, bajos más altos, una estructura súper alcista. Nuestros promedios están todos en orden. El promedio del 5 está en los $92,000, el 9 está en los 73,000 y nos los hemos tocado por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cuartos. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que nos los tocamos por 7 cuartos? Nunca. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Era lo máximo. Sí, del promedio del 9. Así que estamos rompiendo récords en esto y el promedio del 9 está justamente en los $73,800, para que lo tengan en mente. Voy a poner el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver, porque tenemos suficientes datos en este gráfico y porque me encanta hacer esto. Me encanta tener que descomprimir todo el rango. Cabrón. Ok. Habíamos tenido el rechazo de la media, lo que nos debería dar más probabilidad de venir a buscar esta media en los $165,000 básicamente. Entonces tienes acá de dos sopas, ¿no? Puedes cerrar por encima de los 112, 186, que es esta línea meme. Vas a tener mucha más alta probabilidad de venir a los 164. Faltan 18 días y 10 horas. De no poder cerrar por encima, tu primer objetivo van a ser los 92. Y ahí es donde esperarías rebotar. Si no rebotas, la parte baja de la zona azul son los $80,000 planos. Y ahí, bueno, les puedo continuar contando todo tipo de historias de terror, pero no lo voy a hacer, no es necesario. Mensual. Mensual tenemos la lectura de volatilidad más baja de toda la historia de los Bitcoin. La última vez que tuvimos esto fue en abril del 2020 y en abril del 2020 todo el mundo sabe lo que pasó. Nos dio el movimiento a la alza y nos llevó de, ¿qué eran? $3,000, $5,000 hasta $60,000. Es un 10x Bitcoin. Ahora, este movimiento puede ser a la baja y puede ser el bear market más agresivo de toda la historia de Bitcoin y también sería irónico, que es de las partes que a mí me encantan de esto, porque estoy buscando resultados irónicos, que es cuando todo el mundo dice ya Bitcoin no puede bajar más de $50,000, que te dé, imagínate que te dé este movimiento que te dio en abril, todo este, pero a la baja. Y no se preocupen, va a volver a subir su Bitcoin. No se preocupen antes de que empiecen a mentar madres por la idea solamente. Pero este movimiento va a ser muy potente. O este podría ser el movimiento que nos lleva del otro lado a todos, sin ningún problema alguno, a los $164,000 que vimos en la tabla trimestral. Vamos a ver cómo se da, dónde se da, cuándo se da. Por ahora estamos al pendiente nada más, es todo lo que tenemos. En la mensual es igual, queremos cerrar por encima de los 112,200 para poder retestear esta media que acaba de bajar agresivamente a los 130,660. Esta bajada de la media no es tan positiva, pero tampoco es el fin de nada, es nada más un poco más negativa que positiva. Ahora, si podemos aguantar encima de los 112 y poder empezar a ver arriba de los 115,700 en cierres, deberíamos de poder ir a buscar estos 130. De no hacerlo, no aguantar ni los 112, el primer objetivo son los 110, que es tu promedio 5 mensual, y de no aguantar, tu promedio mensual del 9 está en los $101,000. Y ya de ahí la parte baja de la zona azul, 92 que siguen apareciendo, que es el promedio del 5 en la trimestral, para que lo sepas justamente acá, en estos $92,000. 2 semanas también tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, por más que parezca que él estaba empezando a empujar con esta vela y no sé qué, Nel. Nos aguantó perfecto el promedio del 9 por acá. Lo habíamos perdido acá 2 veces seguidas y eso nos mandó al carajo, nos mandó los $74,000, pero lo perdimos acá una vez en la de 2 semanas y ahora lo estamos retomando. Siempre y cuando no caigamos de 110, 840 y esa para mí va a ser la señal a la baja, ¿ok? De que nada de lo que estamos hablando va a la alza, es rompe los 110, 400 800 a la baja y eso te va a llevar a los 102 mínimo. Entonces, esa es la línea de cuidado. Si hay un retroceso a 114, 113, 112, no voy a estar preocupado hasta 112,500. Eso es lo que yo esperaría para sacar a todos los longs. Yo creo que Bitcoin todavía puede empujar un poco más arriba. Es lo que ahorita vamos a ver la tabla más baja de temporalidades para analizar eso, para que me meto en esos pedos. Pero por ahora, $130,000 también acá en la de 2 semanas, que son, ¿no? Igualito que la mensual, o $102,000 de perder los 110, 800. Semanal, pueden ver que tenemos también otro setup de volatilidad preparando con todo y no se ha movido para nada. Estamos justamente ante la media está, digo, el promedio del 9 que está en los 115, en los 115, 115. Hijo de puta. Y la parte alta acá, la media, está en los 128, 431. De poder vencer esta resistencia acá en los 117, vamos a poder ir a visitar esto, vamos a tener más probabilidad de visitar los $128,000. De no poder cerrar por encima de 117, 400 es lo que yo pondría a la alza. Velas diarias, no estoy hablando de un wicazo, porque el wicazo sí lo estoy esperando, pero cierres diarios por encima de 117, 400, 500, esto va para abajo. Y el primer objetivo sería mi línea meme en los 112, 800, 112, 200, y de perderla, siguiente objetivo es el 50% en los 107, y de ahí hasta los $100,000, una vez más, acá en el 61.8%. Es solamente para abrir apetito a esto que estamos viviendo en este momento en la tabla de los Bitcoin. Bueno, la de 5 días, que acá la de 5 días en contra de las acciones es bastante buena. Tenemos también, pueden ver, periodos de nula volatilidad. Y la cosa es, habíamos visto esta expansión y creíamos que esto quería expandir, pero no. Y esto es a mí lo que todavía me deja la pregunta abierta de qué es lo que va a ocurrir con esos setups de volatilidad. Porque por más que en corta temporalidad, como en la diaria, 12 horas, etcétera, 4 horas, hayamos visto setups de volatilidad dándose ante estos pompazos, no están influyendo en las temporalidades altas. Eso sugiere una corrección a corto plazo en vez de continuación a largo plazo y simplemente sangrar a los resultados de una tabla a la otra, a la otra, a la otra. No lo está haciendo. Pero por ahora, un cierre por encima de, una vez más, 115, básicamente 150, nos llevaría a la media. La media se encuentra en 122,800, ya muy cerca de altos históricos. Y estando ya ahí, básicamente postúlate a los 130, tío. 130. Pero de no poder aguantar al 61.8% de esta tabla que está en los $100,000, una vez más, $101,000. Diaria, y esto es justo lo que les había dicho. Este setup de volatilidad en la diaria tiene 3 velas, 1, 2, 3, que nos han cerrado por encima. Esta es cuestionable, no creo que la contaría. Yo la contaría a partir de acá y esta sería la siguiente vela. Y acá pueden ver que estamos ante la parte alta de la zona azul. No hemos estado ahí desde el 14 de agosto, básicamente hace un mes, y eso nos debería llevar al 61.8% si es que podemos romper una vez más 116,500. 116,200, 116,500 es lo que estaríamos buscando. Y eso nos daría una más alta probabilidad de venir a buscar los 121, que nos pone ya en tesitura para ir a buscar los 130, y de ahí tu 149 y ponerte loco a los 164. Pero esto se tiene que dar tal cual. Ahora, de ser rechazado acá, tu última esperanza acá van a ser tu media. La media está en 113 planos. En 111, 800. Y ahí te va. Tu diaria EMA 100. Si pierdes tu promedio del 100 en los $111,000, vas para abajo a los 108 y de 108 vas a 107, 107, 106, 102, 100,000 y de ahí 92 muy probablemente. Entonces, ven, aquí está el SMA 200 que no lo hemos tocado desde abril, cuando fue la gran caída, básicamente. Este va a ser, por eso este objetivo es tan appealing, por eso todo el mundo lo está buscando. Pero primero, antes de ir para allá abajo, lo que tiene que hacer es joder a la gente. Y esto no quiere decir que no va a haber máximos históricos después, ni tampoco quiere decir que sí los vaya a haber. Lo que quiere decir, y esto es lo que estoy viendo en la diaria, voy a olvidarme de ese gráfico, voy a ponerles mi gráfico acá. Pueden ver perfecto rechazo en la línea meme. Es una joya este gráfico. Para mí, me ha funcionado muy bien. Quiero notar una cosa. El cruce plateado que ocurre acá en la diaria ya nos lo había marcado el fondo. Por lo que si vemos un cruce plateado acá que se puede dar a la alza, no pensemos que pueda haber una continuación que se vaya a extender por muchísimo, ¿ok? Simplemente vale la pena notarlo. La otra cosa que les quiero decir, ¿cuáles son mis niveles? Ok. Lo que ahorita está pasando es toda esta gente que nos subimos acá en estos longs, todos estamos en ganancias. Ahora lo que tiene que hacer Bitcoin acá es hacer pretender que esta zona es definitivamente una zona de rechazo. ¿Ok? Esta es la mentalidad del juego. Esta es una zona de rechazo. Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar? El precio de Bitcoin próximamente va a venir una vez más a 116,260. Va a bajar. Se va a quedar arriba de estos mínimos. Va a venir a volver a tocar por acá y tal vez un poco más arriba, pero no va a superar el máximo total. Y va a volver a bajar acá. Y tal vez baje un poco más que la pasada, pero no se lleve la primera vela. Y de ahí va a volver a regresar. Y aquí se va a llevar esto así. Y aquí es donde todo el mundo en estos longs va a estar de a huevo, güey, nos vamos a altos históricos. Y lo que se abrocharía todo el mundo en esto es una bajada a esta línea meme, acá o a donde está el promedio del 100 y de ahí dar continuación. Esto se abrocharía a todos los longs. Y ahora, esta jugada puede darse de aquí, de donde ya estamos, acá, acá. Si te llegas a llevar este mínimo en esta vela, casi una gran porción de esta gente va a ser eliminada, porque seguro se metieron apalancados hasta el culo por lo fácil que fue. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estoy haciendo? Estoy ahorita en una zona de no trade, ¿no? Que estoy en 115,200. Si esto sube a 116,400, acá, y la mía es 116,469, pero cada exchange es diferente. Es mi primera entrada a la baja y mi segunda entrada a la baja está en los 117. En realidad son 117,669. Entonces es arribita esta línea meme. Estas son dos entradas en corto. Dos entradas apostando para abajo. Si llega aquí primero, ahora, si el precio llega primero a los 113,300, no. Un segundo, ¿en qué temporalidad vi eso? Ok. Si el precio viene a los 113,700, acá va a ser mi primera entrada a la alza. Y mi segunda en 113, básicamente 69. Aquí. ¿Puede bajar más? Sí. No estoy esperando que no. Si cierra por debajo de los 110, 800, 111, ahí es donde me salgo. Y estos serían dos entradas a la alza. Es lo que yo estaría buscando por acá, para que esté bastante claro para todos ustedes. Y ahora, con la junta del Fed, ¿cómo se juega eso? Una vez más, para toda la gente esperando que bajen los intereses, ya bajaron. Ya volteé a ver las hipotecas, ya está en 5.9% lo que me están ofreciendo, de 6.5% hace un mes. Nada mal, pero una vez más, esto puede ser el fondo de eso y puede darse un rebote a la alza y puede darse el mismo escenario de antes. Entonces, lo único a lo que voy es, la junta del Fed es irrelevante para esto ya ocurrió. Solamente quiero darle más, ponerlo más enfrente de todos ustedes, que la gente se le hace muy difícil a la gente creer que lo que está escrito en un libro para que ustedes crean que es ley, no es la verdad. Ok, ¿ya vieron esto? Los voy a llevar básicamente a la dominancia de Bitcoin. Y la razón por qué es porque la dominancia de Bitcoin tiene cara de que se está yendo a la mierda. Por más que hayamos hecho este alto más alto, esto está empezando a pintar feo. Y déjenme, veo algo acá. Efectivamente, esto fue el rechazo. Sí, esto tiene cara que va a tener continuación a la baja. Y otra cosa que tengo que decir acá, y tengo que siempre ser honesto con ustedes, Sneezy y déjenme lo confirmo en este momento. Déjenme lo confirmo en este momento. Un segundo, aquí estoy, ¿eh? No crean que no, estoy buscando estas cosas. Verga, este güey, ¿cómo tuitea? Déjame lo busco, porque no lo voy a encontrar acá. Un segundo. Y es por eso que lo tengo que confirmar. No, olvídenlo. Olvídenlo, no lo puedo confirmar, así que no hay nada ahí que les pueda decir. Pero atentos a esto. Y ahora esto, una vez más, tiene que ver con todas las alts yéndose al cielo y la chingada. Yo todavía no lo veo en el mercado de los NFTs, tíos. O sea, no lo veo, no lo veo, no lo veo, no lo veo. Y ahí es donde normalmente empieza. Y también con los otros alts que tengo aquí en mi cuenta, que les dije que compré, que tengo a ciertos precios. Déjenme ver si han subido algo, un centavo mínimo. No, continúan en el mismo rango. Entonces, todavía no puedo meterme en la cabeza de que esto es un alt season. Aunque, vean qué bien le ha estado dando Solana, justamente con nuestra línea meme acá en los 237, aguantando, convirtiéndolo en soporte. Pero esto viene de este movimiento súper agresivo y tiene cara de que se va a empezar a cansar pronto. En la de 12 horas, la diaria todavía tiene potencia. Por acá, vamos a ver si hiciera esto, donde se podría frenar esta chingadera. Cerca de esto. Puede que por ahí de los 240 eso sea el siguiente topecillo por acá. ¿Qué es esto? 244. 244 es lo que voy a estar viendo para hacerle un corto al buen Solamis. 248. 248 a 240. Voy a hacer 245. Voy a arbitrar esta, brother. 245 es donde probablemente lo haga. Pero se ve interesante. Al igual que Ethereum, volviendo a hacer y quiere darse para arriba, empiezan a mostrar fuerza. También Ripple, XRP, exactamente por encima ya de esta línea de tendencia. Así que ahí lo tienen. Bastante sencillo los Bitcoin. All right, Mr. Alex, you next? Yeah.
Yeah, S&P. So then we'll look at futures, ES1, more data. Same thing though, basically, and we can look at NDQ as well, and maybe the Dow Jones. I do think that markets have just been ripping, and honestly, when you're looking at this perspective, we're just in another weekly breakout. Honestly, you see here that you were grinding and just honestly steadily holding this weekly median, giving bulls that breakout bias, and so now what we see is you've gotten that nice green dildo up. All eyes on where this closes, because where this closes will really depend on or determine, I should say, where the monthly will close. And the monthly is actually in an interesting spot because we're actually seeing this in a monthly breakout potentially. Now, this is significant because we haven't really seen this break out since really the beginning of February here, where we actually got that monthly breakout, front ran the retest, and from that point had a really nice upside market. So, in the midst of this new high, this bullish environment, ES1 is still looking pretty good to me. We were really gauging yesterday to see if this was going to reject this region. And as we see, it has not. It just blew right past it. So all eyes on the weekly close because, well, if we're getting a weekly breakout, you should just be gauging, simple trading, which is just flipping resistance into support, and then potentially going all the way up to that 6,000 $673 mark. It's a big level. And why that's a big level is because, well, the monthly is in a breakout, which has implications for the bi-monthly. The bi-monthly is just solidly moving up right in that 38.2%, and that is at $6,689. So it's going to be a pretty big zone when you get into that 6,600 region for ES1, and as you see, we're approaching that, solidly. The monthly had a pretty easy setup. I was looking at this yesterday. You had a nice reclaim back above the median, Bing and then Bong up, essentially taking you right up to 38.2%. It made sense yesterday to really look, in that region. You can see, if you come back here, you're right in that region of resistance. But again, just bulls were able to sustain a move up. Now for ES1 in stocks, there's really no complication with it. Generally, when you're moving up, you're just riding the daily 9, right? This was super easy to play. The daily EMA 9 was just the trade. You lost it, giving you a move down to the 34. But then really boomers like to respect moving averages more than crypto. So as long as you are holding that daily 9, expanding off of it, there really is no short to be had here anymore until you at very minimum get a monthly close. You just need to see where this shifts and where everything goes to, because it really, as long as you are above August wick high, this is going to be in breakout mode, and really the next target for me is 6,680, which lines up really nicely with that bi-monthly 38.2%. So I'll turn the rainbow chart off and we'll look more lower time frame. Right, and you can just see 2-day EMA 9, same thing, held very nicely. If you just want simple trading, ES1 on a 2-day with moving averages work pretty nice. And so in this scenario here, I'd actually want to see this 6,510 region actually get tested. Now, it being tested, it doesn't need to happen immediately. And even on this 2-day candle, it honestly looks like it's going to start busting up. But we'll still be watching this zone. No reason to be longing an all-time high. You simply have had an easy trade, right? When you get up to these extremity highs, if you just patiently wait for either that 9 or the 21 on the 2-day, it has been pretty nice, right? You get the extremity high, you wait for the 9, you bid it, you get an easy long, and then here it's like, okay, you lost the 9, let me look at the 21, and so forth. So really, you don't get bearish on this chart at very least until you get a daily 9 loss and then also a trend shift. Now, where would that be, a trend shift on the daily? Well, it's very obvious here, just consistent higher lows. So taking out September 2nd's low would give that to you. So and really, before that occurs, though, you would need to lose this region at 6,510, lose the daily 9, come all the way down, and then lose the 21, which, again, has just been holding. If that can occur, then yeah, you'll get an easy move to the 34, which will give you your daily trend shift. And then you can start maybe looking for shorts. But until then, there's really no short to be had until you at least hit that bi-monthly 38.2%. And really, as long as the daily is in breakout mode with a BBWP setup, I'm just more rather playing trend here and making it easy for myself. So there's really nothing else to report on ES1. It's very strong. Curious to see how the Bollinger Bands look. And this is even giving you confirmation of a breakout on the daily. You can just see how well the Bollinger Band ranges we're holding. And it's really not until you ride the upper band where you actually start moving up. And you can just see, so far, that is where we're catching support into today. So a lot of points for bulls into today for just another move. I don't think 6,600 will be the spot it stops. And there's just many things telling you that. So yeah, GG on bulls getting that move up, breaking another all-time high. You've just been making intraday all-time highs, honestly, since the start of this month. It's been interesting to see. And so really, as long as you are above 6,500, you're going to get an easy move up to 6,680. There, I'll be watching carefully. I want to watch and see kind of where that bi-monthly 38.2%, the reaction of it. Are we going to break out and sustain a whole other move up? Maybe go up to the extreme zones, actually go up to $7,000, or maybe roll over here. And we're very close to major resistance. All you can do now when you're in an all-time high, kind of the golden zone, if you will, it's not the gray zone, right? You're just in the midst of a new high, is play what you know. Follow trend. Understand the 2 days been guiding you in confluence with the daily. And if you get any move to 6,500, that should be an opportunity zone. It's just not until you start losing that, breaking down, taking out September 2nd's low, where then you're in a daily downtrend. You can start maybe looking for that 2-day 34 to get tested at 6,380, 6,320. Yeah, right there. So until then, this is bullish, and you visually can see this on the last monthly candle closure here. I mean, you're just now solidly closing above the all-time high. So that is just the definition of bullish. That's exactly what bulls wanted to see. And this tells you on the monthly, if you get any swipe down to these highs here, specifically February's all-time high, then I'll be looking at that as like the extremity low for ES1. But until then, I'm not really looking for a deep pullback here. Too many things are saying this is breaking out, and we should just respect that at very minimum until we hit that 6,680. So that's all I have on ES1. I can quickly look at NDQ because, this was looking interesting yesterday. I was trying to play this. And what you can see here is, it took my trade idea out perfectly okay. And now you're just, again, flipping this all-time high into support. It's just the recipe of a breakout now. So, indices, markets as a whole look bullish. For me, I'm watching that 24,100 region carefully. You also have a daily BBWP set up here, along with ES1. So,
Fucking Tesla blew the fuck up.
did it?
390.
Oh, huh.
Who would have thought?
That's funny. So it did not reject this 370 region. And it's just going up to that, for the culture, that 420, 417 region now.
Yep.
That's fun. Wow. That's itching. Yeah, markets, I mean, everything has volatility setups, or at least contracting to one.
Let's see if Elon can take this spot back.
As the richest guy on earth?
Yeah.
By the way, Larry Ellison's just getting like a spark of it. Like Elon, like it's constant. You know what I mean? Like he's 400 billion are there. He doesn't need a pump of 30%
to change that. No. But that's all I have on ES1. Above 6,500, you're bullish, and you're brewing a move to 6,680. That's all I have, really. Until you get there, we should be watching carefully, because that's where you hit bi-monthly resistance. You'll either break out or maybe get that resistance move to maybe hitting that monthly EMA 9. But remember, I mean, that just hasn't been tested in a very long time. If you do end up testing that, I'll be watching this zone very carefully for a major move up. So, and this is a good example. Like once you reclaim a monthly 9 and then actually get the retest, generally you shouldn't be retesting it a lot if you're super bullish. Like this is a great example of you're very far away from it now. So now this is giving you a bias that you have an extremity low. But I mean, this is why it's very useful watching a monthly with the 9, because I mean, had you watched this reclaim and actually positioned here, you would have just had an easy trade and super trending market up. So in real time, good example there. But that's all I have. 6,500 your spot. As long as you're above there, you're just going to see bullish continuation.
Yeah, very nice, senor, and very clear. United Healthcare. It's next for you. UNH.
Oh, nice. They got a new CEO.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can replace them. You get a guy to shoot one, and then you get a new one.
I need to replace.
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
Okay.
everyone is like, who would take that job? Anyone that gets offered $20 million a year.
Yeah, literally.
I take that job. Just walk around with the bulletproof vest.
That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, you get your $20 million a year, get a fucking security guy. That's it. That's all you can do. Fuck it. $20 million a year. Go ahead. I'll be your fucking shooting target. Let's go.
What's the ticker symbol on it? I'm typing in United Healthcare.
UNH.
Oh, okay. I see it now. When I ask. All right, cool. Perfect.
Ok. Vamos a tradear el SP500. Vamos a verlo del lado análisis de inversores y también análisis de traders. Y con eso les quiero decir, si quieren tradear el SP500, vénganse acá a BTCC. Tienen el enlace en la descripción del video. Si están en Twitter y dicen, no hay descripción del video, busquen en YouTube Alejandro Salomón y vean el video que está en vivo. Ahí abajo en el About pone los enlaces. No seas huevón. Te vas a meter aquí a btcc.com, una vez más usando el enlace de abajo para que sepas exactamente dónde está. Te vas a meter en futuros, aquí, le vas a poner perpetuals, y aquí ves que pone All Hot Top Meme. Le picas en meme, es lo menos intuitivo que existe esta chingadera. Y vas a ir abajo. Tokenized Stocks and Commodities. Y ahí es donde le vas a picar. Y aquí te van a aparecer todas las acciones que tienen, desde Coinbase, Costco, Dow Jones, Google, MicroStrategy, Nvidia, SP500. Aquí está SPX 500. Para lo que lo sepan, le vas a picar ahí y acá te va a aparecer la tabla del SP500 y aquí es donde le puedes hacer cortos, les puedes hacer largos y te puedes apalancar hasta 20x. Solamente para que lo sepan y lo tengan presente y se va a tardar 30 minutos en hacer el loading de este screen. Ahí está. Pero aquí es donde puedes tradear futuros del SP500. Ahí está el enlace ahí abajo para que no digan. Entonces, vamos a ver esto para ustedes dos, los inversionistas y también para los traders. Inversores, bueno, más fácil no la pueden tener, hijos de puta. Esto es literalmente... ok. Aparte les dejé esto. Vean esto. Si vamos a ir a la corrección promedio de altos históricos en el SP500, nos vamos a encontrar, esto es para inversores, para gente a largo plazo que esté aquí buscando nuevas oportunidades. Los 4,550 van a ser donde quieras meter casi todo, a menos de que tengamos una corrección del tamaño del 2008, que es la más grande que ha tenido el índice, y vayamos a los 3,100, a los 3,200. Cualquier cosa aquí en medio sería buena. Yo lo que haría para esto es, definitivamente no voy a contar que va a caer más abajo de esto. Voy a tomarlo como un hecho, que puede ser un error, ¿no? Y lo que voy a hacer es, si llega el precio a los 4,550, voy a poner 65% de mi dinero para el SP500. Importante, no 65% de mi portafolio. Si tengo planeado invertir en esto, 65% de mi entrada va a estar ahí. Y voy a dividir la entrada, la que sigue, el restante, el 35% restante, en medio de esto, en los 3,900, básicamente en los 4,000, y la siguiente aquí abajo. Y eso te garantizaría unos retornos de no mames. A menos de que el mercado se vaya a cero, entonces te da igual porque el dinero no importa. Pero ahí lo tienen para ustedes, sencillo verlo. Estamos en una tendencia súper alcista, bastante agresiva, que no para. La única vez que habíamos visto un doble techo en el pecho fue en el 2000 y el 2008. Esto fue lo de los .com y luego acá fue la gran recesión que nos llevó para acá abajo y de ahí, ¡boom!, para arriba sin parar. Hemos tenido, por supuesto, que diferentes correcciones como la del cobicho, el 2022, los aranceles, pero continuamos en esa postura alcista de a madre. Y para que los que ustedes que se habían preguntado, tengo mi objetivo siguiente justamente en los 6,892. Eso es lo que seguiría a la alza. Por ahora estamos en una tendencia alcista. Acabamos de reventar esto. Yo esperaría a cierto punto un mínimo retroceso a esta zona y para mis traders, aquí es donde en este retroceso yo me subiría en long como loco, en los 6,164. Ahí es donde sería bastante fácil, fue la zona de breakout y ahí es donde yo lo tomaría, si es que se llega a dar. Nadie está asegurándote nada, tío, nada, ¿ok? No estés chingando. Oh, es que el Salomundo me dijo eso, güey. Yo lo veía por los coches, pero ahora lo odio porque habla de puras pendejadas. La parte alta del 78.6% está aquí arriba y tiene toda la razón, por cierto. La parte del 78.6% está justo con mi línea meme. La línea meme no salió por eso. Pero ese sería el siguiente objetivo. Faltan 18 días y 3 horas para cerrar esto. Este setup de volatilidad de octubre del 2023, que fue el de Hamas, también nos está llevando a la parte alta. Este setup de acá, de abril del 2020, fue lo que nos llevó al fin del mercado alcista. Ahora, atentos, el tope de volatilidad de el SP500, el tope de volatilidad fue el tope del mercado cripto. No hay otro donde se compare. Voy a solamente mantener esto en mi mente por cualquier cosa. Tope de volatilidad en la trimestral en el mercado tradicional fue el tope de Bitcoin. Y ya vieron cómo se comporta la volatilidad en el mercado de Bitcoin. Bien. Mensual. Mensual también tenemos esta expansión, por supuesto, que venimos desde mayo, que fue el fondo de los aranceles, brother, la inflación que viene, ¿no? Y ha dado un empujón fuerte y potente. Estamos rompiendo la parte alta de la zona azul. Al romper la parte alta de la zona azul, justamente en los 6,561, eso nos daría más probabilidades de venir a buscar los 6,761, que es el 61.8% de esta zona. De poder vencer esta zona, los 7,000 básicamente son tu siguiente objetivo y ahí tienes mi línea meme, que es solamente un objetivo, ¿ok? Y el objetivo lo dibujo de esto, para la gente que no sepa de dónde sale. Este es más o menos uno de esos movimientos de taza y copa, y acá tienes el cómo se rompe a esta zona. Ah, no salió de ahí, les estoy engañando entonces, no me acuerdo exactamente dónde lo saqué. Felicidades, Alejandro. Seguramente lo saqué de otro movimiento así de pendejo y de algún otro lado, tal vez más abajo. Pero bueno, continuaremos a buscar lo del libro. Vamos a seguir por el libro, olvidémonos de mi línea meme, en los 6,763, con volatilidad expandiendo a la alza. Bien. Semanal, tíos, pues continuamos con esta expansión a la alza, llegando a extremos, pero solamente está en 92, puede llegar tranquilamente al 100%, y ahora vamos a buscar nuestro objetivo en la parte alta del 78.6%, que son los 6,638. Ese sería el siguiente objetivo. De poder cerrar por encima de los 6,638, 6,700 vuelven a abrirnos la puerta para 6,780. Ahora, la oportunidad buena, pueden ver que la media está justamente por acá. Eso sería una gran corrección. ¿Qué tanto sería una corrección a la media? Sí, esto ya es o sea, dentro de las correcciones, esta sería una corrección seria de 5%, y es por eso que esto sería una gran oportunidad de compra mínimo para un rebote en esos 6,200 para todos ustedes. Ahorita vamos a acercarnos más para poder darles más ideas. Por ahora estamos por encima de la media está justamente donde está la línea meme, y vamos a ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul en los 6,679. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo ante esta expansión de precio y continúa contrayendo, por lo que esperaría el mismo movimiento todavía dar continuación. De poder romper los 6,670, vamos al 61.8%, que una vez más, 6,779. 6,800 básicamente continúan apareciendo. Y en la diaria tienes también expansión de volatilidad. Por ahora esta vela está jugando al pendejo, pero debería poder expandir. De poder romper los 6,602, debería de ir al 78%, al 78.6%, en los 6,650. Y con volatilidad expandiendo de tan bajo, no dudo que se pueda. No tiene por qué no. Ahora, ¿dónde hay trades por acá? Vamos a ver. Vamos a analizar esto. El primer extremo, el 61.8%, debería ser una zona donde rechace en esos 6,610. Esta podría ser una buena zona de corto. La cosa es, si estás llegando acá, puede que la volatilidad continúe expandiendo en la diaria y eso te lleve más para arriba. Vamos a ponerla de 4 horas, ¿qué les parece? Para darnos una mejor idea. Habíamos visto expansión de volatilidad y ahora se está yendo de lado en esta, pero está intentando empujar a la alza. Está intentando empujar a la alza. Déjenme ver rápido. Por un segundo me le quedo viendo a esto. No se va a mover un centavo esta chingadera, ¿o sí? Deberíamos de poder romper estos 6,600. A ir a buscar la parte alta. Oportunidades de long, 6,557 y 6,540. Esto es lo que yo tomaría por ahora como oportunidad de irme en largo. Cualquier aproximamiento a este máximo de acá, en la vela del 11 de septiembre, lo puedes tomar para hacer un corto con este objetivo. No más, solamente con este objetivo, para que seas tranquilo. Y ya. Lo bueno de esto es que con estos exchanges de futuros, un 20X, un 10X ya es una mamada, cualquier movimiento. Y eso es lo que tienes que jugar en esto. Pero por ahora, más allá de esta zona de por acá, en los 6,550 hasta los 6,540, esta debería ser zonas de oportunidad para largo y aquí arriba cualquier cosa sin llevarse este máximo para corto, ¿no? Es básicamente eso. Así que, y esto continúa, tendencia alcista, muy alcista, muy alcista, muy alcista. ¿Cuándo sabemos que el mercado está llegando a un tope? Cuando toda la gente cree que es imposible que caiga el mercado. Solamente recuerden en el 2024, cuando ganó Donald Trump las elecciones, tuvimos un último pompazo donde todo el mundo dijo, es que ya no va a caer más, no se va a corregir. ¿Y qué fue lo primero que hizo el mercado? Corrigió. Entonces tenemos que llegar a esa euforia. Honestamente se siente bastante cercana. La gente sí cree que la bolsa no puede caer más, que los precios de las casas no pueden caer, que nada va a caer. Estamos llegando ahí. Psicológicamente ya los llevaron a ese lugar. Así que ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ir con la tabla de Mr. Farhano, que está viendo. What are you looking at? Coinbase.
Coinbase. Brian's Bulb.
Brian's bold. Let me look up Brian's bold on my charts. Nope, doesn't appear.
I think it's under coin. For some reason, they call it coin.
That's the new term for bold people.
Because they got a lot of coin. Jeff Bezos. Okay. So 2 week on Coinbase. I'm going to do this one instead of the monthly because the data is kind of weird on the monthly. So I'll do the 2 week. Right now on the 2 week, we're getting momentum starting to flip back up. It's putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out the previous momentum low, more price made a higher low. And we are currently reclaiming the 5-year MA, approaching this 38.2%, which is at about $335, or $336.95. If we can't get a close over that 38.2%, last time we got a close over the 38.2% was around this point here, and we went all the way up to the 100%. This time when we got a close over the 38.2%, we went to somewhere around the 88.3%. This time also we went to around the 88.3 to the 95%. This time went to the 100%. This time also went to the 100%. So it tends to go to pretty extreme areas after getting the close over the 38.2. So if we were to take it to a minimum for around the 88.3, that brings us up to somewhere around $452, which is a significant move from that 38.2%. That's like 30 to 35% to the upside. That's good. On the opposite hand, the jewel is starting to lose the buy signal and starting to curve into a neutral signal. It hasn't given us the sell just yet, and if we do close up this 5, likely won't give us the sell and give us one more period of neutral, and from there it would be possible to flip it back into a buy signal, but we would need to close over the 38.2%. Weekly. Weekly is also trying to flip back up on momentum, getting right to the edge of the bearish control zone, getting right also to the moving average, with volatility very close to going into contraction. Jewel is still on a sell signal, but it's starting to slowly lose the curvature, and one more close for this flip into a neutral. And right now we are getting back over the 9 EMA, and if we do close over the 9, likely this does flip back into flip into a neutral signal. What we want to do is close over this 38.2, which is at about $333.80, and that would mark this as a local bottom and take us towards the median, which is right now at around 379. divergence here. There's some hidden bullish divergence between this low and this low because we are taking out the momentum low while price is putting in a higher low. To confirm that divergence, we need to close over about $315.74. That would also give you an easy move towards the median at about 380. 5-day, basically same cycle as a weekly with the hidden bullish divergence, momentum flipping back up, volatility about to contract, and the confirmation of the divergence is 315.74. That gives a move towards somewhere around 380, same number. 2-day also flipped up, volatility currently contracting, and the 2-day dual is now giving us a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Let's see what that does. Swing in. The last one was in March of 2025. When is that Fed meeting where they're going to announce the interest rate? That Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday.
I think so. I can find out.
And we'll call it at that. This was 17.69%. Nice move. Nice number. This was 5%.
So yeah, my bad. Tuesday and Wednesday says the Fed's meeting.
So I think Tuesday is when they announced interest rates, right? Or
Oh,
Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday is when they announced them. 13%.
that's going to be interesting.
It's kind of funny, Loki, when you see people posting a mini screen and saying trading the Fed meeting.
Yeah. That's not wise.
I mean, gambling the Fed meeting.
Much better.
What do you mean?
Let's be
Jerome
honest.
Powell always gives me the right tools so I can make the best economic decisions and financial decisions for my family.
When they cut rates and you long and the price dumps.
Yeah.
Like, what? That's not supposed to happen. The bankers are rigging the market.
Well, no, of course not. We know that famously the people on Reddit were able to take down the funds. It's just that it hasn't worked ever since, mysteriously.
The little man was able to do it one time, but never again.
Yeah, well, the funds got better at stopping that, but we're still trying, bro. This is why GME, bro. GME.
They were able to print more fake shares to dump the price. Eventually, we'll buy enough so they can't make any more fake shares. What stops them from just printing those fake shares forever?
Poetry, son.
So this average move seems to be somewhere around 15 to 16%. Very interesting. Very nice. I like to see continuity. And the minimum move is around 5%. How far have we moved up on this one? About 6%. That's another low. And if we were to take it to, the average move around 15%, that would take us about perfectly to that 38.2% at about $348, $350. And we are currently above the median as well, which would give us probabilities of going to that 38.2%. I like when we get setups like that go together very nicely. Daily also flipped up with moment of volatility currently expanding. We have a daily buy signal on the jewel, and we are getting, I believe, let's zoom in, very close to getting a daily silver cross. Right now, as long as we are holding this 38.2%, specifically holding over this 55 EMA at around $317, maybe one, maximum two closures before this does cross. And right now we are looking for a bounce somewhere around this zone between 38.2% and the 55 DMA. Let's zoom out. 4 hour. 4 hour also flipped to the upside, but close to flipping down right at that moving average. Volatility is close to contracting. Let's zoom in, and we're looking for a bounce somewhere between this 100 EMA and this 38.2%, putting us around $315 and $318. That's the RSI, the Related Stupidity Index. Monthly on Coinbase currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $345.39. And continuation on the divergence would take you to the neutral zone, which right now is at about 224. On the what goes against that is right now you currently do have a buy signal on the Joel. This is the first time you had a buy signal on the monthly with volatility expansion. 2 week currently has many drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 324.29. And if you do invalidate that divergence, that'll give you an easy move into the bullish control zone, which is right now about 330, $29 up. There's nothing there. No. Let's zoom in. Take it out. No, I came so close to putting in some hidden bullish divergence, but did not take out this low. 5 days now putting in third drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with a close over 315.74. That gives us an easy move somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average, which is about 351 to 456. And volatility is now approaching extreme lows with that divergence appearing. Is this low 303.58 and this low 308, 302. So now no divergence because we took out the low. But we do have 3 periods of 0% volatility and a buy signal. Daily, many periods of 0% volatility. And we're just now starting to get expansion. Expansion with many periods from many periods of 0%. And we are now have invalidated the hidden bearish divergence. Is there any other divergence possible?
You're kind of mumbling a little bit too much.
Oh, my bad. My bad. We've
You sound like a
invalidated
California girl.
We've invalidated the hidden bearish many drives of hidden bearish divergence have now been invalidated. There's no other possible divergences on the 4 hour, however. So we're looking towards somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone to get a bounce. That would be at about 320, 319, only $2 lower than we are now. Let's zoom out, go to the daily. That would be right around the 55 EMA. 2 hour, nothing. And go to momentum. Monthly is freshly flipping back up with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever. And it's rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about 225, 226, let's say. See the new divergence? No, we got a closing, I believe we got closing low. 178.17 and 172, yeah, we did. 2 week is currently freshly flipped down, currently still within the bullish control zone. The next projection is going to be at the edge of the bullish control zone. It's currently flipped down as long as you're closing below 413. If we are going to be bullish on this next open, this pivot should go down. If it doesn't go down, then likely we are going to get a deeper pullback. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the pivot will go down on this close in about 4 hours. Weekly is currently also flipped to the downside with volatility almost fully contracted, and we will flip back up with a close over about 337.64. We're close to that number, although we'd only have 4 hours left to do it. 5 days currently also flipped to the downside with volatility almost fully contracted. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about 334.32, which we are close to. 2 days now freshly flipped back up with volatility at 3 periods of 0%. Zoom into this momentum a little bit. Maybe a lower low. This low is no divergence. Daily now starting to expand from many periods of 0% volatility. Momentum currently flipped up with a dope of life, and we are pointed up as long as you're over about $304. Let's see, from the last period, we had this volatility set up with momentum flipping up from these levels. We went up pretty nicely. From how much did we go up? About 58%, quite tranquilo. Let's just do 50%, somewhere around here. Let's assume it expands. That puts us at about $478. Is that a new all-time high? I think it is. Yeah, that's an episode slightly new all-time high. But like $50 a day? Maybe 4 hours? 4 hours currently freshly flipped down, and we have volatility expansion for many periods of 0%. And we're going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below about 312. What's about to flip down? And we will flip down as long as we close below about $328.21. The oscillator has flipped down, but it doesn't show it has flipped down here. That brings us down to somewhere around that same $315 to $318 zone. Let's go to the monthly now. High time frames are looking bullish on Coinbase with monthly back above all of our major EMAs. We have volatility expansion from the lowest point ever with momentum flipping freshly back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we will be flipped up as long as we're closing over about $225. Let's say $226. The low time frames are starting to flip down with the daily putting just about to give you a silver cross. 4 hour is just about to start flip to the downside. I think the 2 hour is already. Let's look into that. Maybe it is about to flip down as well as in about same hour and 42 minutes. If we close below about 323.95, and there's currently bearish divergence present as well on the 2 hour, which if we close below 323.95, that will confirm. So short term, I think we're going to move down to somewhere around 315. We'll see a range between 310 and 320. From there, I do think we bounce, and next target is going to be from that bounce from 310 to 320, somewhere around $350, and then from there is going to be our all-time highs, and then somewhere around $480. The invalidation is right now getting either a tick below about $235 or a weekly close below about $291.46. Right now, I don't think that's going to happen. Somebody's calling me. I don't think that's going to happen now. I do think we are going to move somewhere down around 310 to 320, get a bounce there, and then try for that breakdown zone around 350. If we do eject from there, then we're likely going to come back down and retest these lows at about like $230 to $240. And from there, I do think we're going to break down and eventually come down to this 200 or about 165. But right now, my bias is somewhere around low 300s, like 310, 315. Get a bounce, and then at least try for 350. We can get above that 350 zone, then we should still have somewhere around that $400-ish or high 300s to low 400 zone.
Thank you, senor. Let me guide you towards the next one. 1 second. 1 second. Oracle, of course.
Oracle.
Oh, that's a fun one.
It's like, what do you guys want? It's all-time high, fucking broke out like a motherfucker. What do you want? What do you want? I haven't even looked at the chart. I'm just saying, probably it looks like that.
I looked at it yesterday, actually.
Oh, yeah?
There's no reason to long. You are just waiting for that pullback, obviously.
That's
After
pretty crazy monthly candle.
Yeah, it's
it
kind of
is.
like everything is breaking out, like right when Trump won the election and it started to go up, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is it, the next bull market," and that was it.
Then we have a rate cut Wednesday next week.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so that's going to be. You could just start doing what you just said, like start rallying bullish momentum. Wednesday comes the hammer. So,
well, ideally, if it's really going to dump, when they announce the interest rate cut, everything should pump to the end of the pump. And then from there, really go fuck itself. That's if we're looking at 2008, 2005, any sort of like regular scenario where that's happened. But if we're looking at a Biden like 2024, when he cut rates and everything continued to go up and the rates went up, that means the moment that he cuts rates, the market instantly dumps. That means he's going to bounce back up and the rates are going to go bounce back up. At the end of the day, the rates really have to take out 2024's lows, and they haven't. So until that happens, I'm not going to trust that it's in a real downtrend. I'm seeing them down right now. It's cheaper than before, than a month ago, but overall not cheapest yet. Yeah. I'm going to follow with that. I just made myself a hookah while you guys were talking. Say that again.
At least it's next week, though. Like, at least, this very, majorly anticipated rate cut that's apparently supposed to be super bullish is happening next week. So that's exciting. I'm excited for that. So.
Yeah, I'm all in for the volatility. I don't care about where it goes. That's my passion. My passion is chasing fat ladies and volatility. Not really. You can catch a fat lady at any time. Come on. They can't even fucking run when they're skinny. Imagine a fat one. The thing about the fat one is she'll make a mean sandwich, but she'll eat it too. So, there's no winning there.
And then take a bite of your other half. Next thing you know, you're just giving it to her. Oh, yeah.
Here you go, sweetie. Here you go, Betty. Betty sounds like a fat lady.
Martha.
Oh, thank you. Perfect.
That was the one word that made Batman start beating up Superman. Martha.
Martha?
Wasn't it? I think that's the margin.
I don't even know.
Batman versus Superman. I think that was
I read that comic when I was a kid. I don't know. I can't remember it. He was in black and white.
Wow, that's way back in the day.
That was way back in the day. That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, wow. Anyways.
I lived through the printers that had like those holes that they go. And it would take 10 minutes for one page to print.
Are those the ones they use at the airport?
It's like at old hotels, they still use those. If you go to like Andorra, they still like, all right, we're going to check you out. And it's almost like a typewriting machine.
I think I saw that actually when I went to a hotel at Isla Mujeres. It's like obnoxiously loud and they're printing out my thing for my room or something.
Oh, yeah.
You would think,
Mexico,
they could afford to upgrade their shit.
Say that again, pardon?
You think they could afford to upgrade their shit?
No, they don't care for it. No. They don't care. They don't care. You would think that at the airport, they could cut the job of 30 people that ask you the same question for no reason whatsoever and just have one person really ask you the question and be like, all right, you're the one that counts. But no, Mexico doesn't run that way. And it's meant to never run that way. So enjoy.
Miguelito needs a job.
Okay, estamos viendo Coinbase, $322 estamos cotizando, gran pompazo de Tesla, por cierto, impresionante, bien, Lucid cayendo, dándome ese respiro, ya estaba viendo todo el mundo diciendo que Lucid iba a reventar, no sé qué, tranquilos cabrones, tranquilos, no se me pongan locos. Rivian fue el que qué putazo se dio para abajo, pero bueno, da igual, estamos viendo Coinbase en este momento y les voy a tener el análisis primero en corto, es bastante sencillo. Acabamos de romper el máximo que habíamos hecho acá. de este mínimo tenemos un mínimo más alto, lo que parece estar en una tendencia alcista, ¿no? Por supuesto. Hombro, también esto podría ser cabeza, hombro, si es que lo quieres medir así, ¿no? Es hombro, cabeza, hombro, hasta acá. Y el breakout de esto, básicamente, sería de aquí abajo. A esta línea, a los 350. Así que esperaríamos justamente eso. Es lo que estamos esperando nosotros. Lo que queremos ver es qué tanto va a ajustar antes de subir. Esa es la pregunta del millón. Porque vamos a venir a esta línea. Como les prometí, la línea está en Tesla. Aquí está. Bueno, la rompimos y ahora vamos aquí a los $400. Ahí estamos. En los 391. ¿A qué hemos llegado hoy? 394 casi. 393. Nada mal. Entonces, esta es la siguiente promesa del tío Salo, esa línea de ahí arriba. La cosa es, ¿dónde vamos a poder entrar? Y si simplemente hago una línea meme en chinga acá para encontrar la fricción de esta zona, la pondría justamente aquí, en los 319. Ahora, 319 no tiene por qué a huevo aguantar, pero es lo que yo pensaría, con una invalidación de los 312. Es lo más probable que pueda ser un long. Ahora, tienes esto, bla, 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 todos los promedios todavía nos están ajustando, el 5 nos está dando fuerza por encima del 9, encima del 21 y pronto va a cruzar estos. Vamos a analizar exactamente dónde vamos a acabar, ¿ok? ¿Qué les parece eso? Ok, tenemos una vela súper topera por ahora, faltan 18 días y 5 horas para cerrar esto. Si esta vela se da tal cual, empezaría a sentir un poco de preocupación acerca de dónde va Coinbase, pero por ahora estamos en una tendencia alcista, estamos haciendo el famoso patrón de la tasa que nos tiene un objetivo final de $657. No, lo que no sabemos es si lo vamos a ver este ciclo o el ciclo que sigue, ¿no? Si es que todavía crees en ciclos, si eres de las personas que creen que ya no, Bitcoin no hay ciclos, cripto no hay ciclos y es lo único que va a quedar en todo el mundo, entonces probablemente en 2 meses vamos a llegar ahí, de acuerdo a ti. No, qué mundo de vivir. El promedio del 9 se encuentra en los 2.23 y nuestro promedio del 5 en los 2.54, bastante lejos del precio. Último, las últimas velas básicamente lo hemos tocado, el promedio del 9, así que le vamos a perdonar que no lo vaya a hacer en 18 días y 5 horas, que sería excelente para toda la gente entrando como degenerada en este momento en Coinbase. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual tenemos el promedio del 5 justamente en los 3.20. Interesante. Y el promedio del 9 en los 275. No lo hemos tocado. 1, 2, esta va a ser la tercera vela. ¿Cuántos son los promedios en no tocar el promedio del 9 después de un super kaboom? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. La sexta lo tocó. 1, 2, tercera lo tocó. Ok, eso fue antes. Tienes esto, esto fueron los 5. ¿Esto cuánto es? 1, 2, la tercera lo tocó. 1, 2, 3. 5 es lo máximo que hemos visto. Eso quiere decir que te darían 2/4 más sin tocar el promedio del 9 que está en los 2.75 y va a continuar subiendo. Lo pueden ver por acá. Volatilidad está contrayendo, pero todavía no es oficial. Recuerden que esta lectura de volatilidad mensual, la última está a la alza todavía y esta que está contrayendo podría no estar contrayendo, podría simplemente estar dándonos el, ¿cómo se dice? Podría simplemente estar dándonos, engañándonos básicamente, una falsa alarma. 2 semanas, volatilidad ya oficialmente está contrayendo, lo que puede que se vaya a llevar efectivamente a la mensual para abajo. Habíamos visto en la de 2 semanas. Ahora, esta no es una vela envolvente bajista. Para ser envolvente hubiera tenido que irse a los 444, entonces no nos vamos a preocupar por ello. Ni aunque hayamos cerrado por debajo acá, esto tiene más cara de que encontró un fondo por acá, se apoyó exactamente en la línea meme y de ahí deberíamos de ir a buscar los $343, que es el siguiente objetivo de nuestra línea meme. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es ver el ajuste. Ahora, en la de 2 semanas tienes el promedio del 9 en los 317. Obviamente ya los tocaste y vas para arriba, pero esa podría ser una excelente entrada para tu long a los 343, 350. Y ahí es donde vamos a empezar a poner más atención y ahorita les voy a enseñar por qué. Déjenme pongo el HPDR. El HPDR tiene la parte alta de la zona azul en los $336, básicamente. Poder vencer esos $336, 50% está en 352. Ya ahí, en 352, podemos ir a ponernos objetivos literalmente de los 420, 430 otra vez. Pero tenemos que literalmente vencer estos 452 por este alto. Ahorita lo van a ver. En la semanal se ve. Volatilidad está contrayendo en la semanal. Pueden ver perfectamente que caímos de acá, tuvimos este toque de la media, venimos a caer hasta el 78% y ahora vamos para arriba. Queremos retomar la zona de los 333. Una vez que hagamos eso, entramos en la zona azul, además de que rompemos el promedio del 9 y eso nos da más preferencia de venir a los 381. Yo creo que 381 sería mi objetivo definitivo, pero por supuesto que aquí vas a encontrar fricción con el precio, lo que va a ser esto y esto. Entonces, va a ser cosa de paciencia y qué tan rápido te dé el movimiento. A mí me gusta tradear rápido, no quedarme en una posición sentado por no sé cuánto tiempo. Esta es la semanal. Diaria. Diaria tenemos periodos de nula volatilidad, lo que nos está diciendo que va a haber un movimiento bastante brusco. Últimamente que se dio fue en junio y luego en mayo, se ha dado un chingo, pero no con tantas de periodos de cero. Ahora estamos cayendo, estamos en la parte alta de la zona azul. 317 era la zona donde les había dicho que está el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Yo esperaría que entre acá en el 21 diario y el 9 diario podamos encontrar el rebote que buscamos si es que no lo encuentras acá. Yo entraría en long acá. El problema de estos longs es que tu invalidación está aquí abajo, en los 290. Entonces tienes que aquí poner un criterio de dónde vas a cortarlo si te rifas a hacer esto. Pero continúas básicamente la tendencia alcista definitivamente en esto. Eso es lo que podría hacer. O también aventarte en corto, pero ya tu invalidación en corto está aquí arriba, en los 329, no valdría la pena. Acá es fácil. Una vez que te lleves el tope de esta vela en los 345, aire limpio hasta los 380. Pero es lo primero que tienes que hacer. Y me imagino que esta vela va a jugar al principio con que no la vamos a romper, vamos a rechazar. Por eso digo que yo primero cortaría, si tengo un long, de aquí abajo acá, lo cortaría en esta línea, en los 343. Es lo que yo haría. ¿Por qué? Porque va a rechazar. Tiene que enseñarme a todo el mundo que esto es para cortos, para baitear a todos los cortos y para que los cortos llenen de gasolina el tanque para que podamos llegar a los 380. Una vez que retomemos esta zona en los 343 y estemos cerrando por encima, es cuando abrimos otros longs para irnos para acá arriba. Pero todo es juego de paciencia, damas y caballeros. Ese se llama el juego. Por ahora, estamos esperando a que Coinbase nos dé las siguientes movidas. Para simplificarlo un poco, ponerlo un poco más digerible para todos ustedes. Tenemos gap aquí arriba de básicamente 365 hasta 345, lo que va a funcionar como un gran bait para una vez que estemos cerca del gap, para que todo el mundo diga, ahí vamos, y probablemente te dé otro reencontronazo para abajo para que toda esa gente se salga y ya después pueda subir. Eso es lo que tiene cara de. Por ahora, estamos al pendiente de dónde podemos entrar para hacer este largo. Podría ser tal cual donde está, efectivamente, si te pones a ver literalmente esta zona, sería esta. Cabrón, no seas mamón. Justamente ahí debería de poder encontrar algo de soporte. Ahora, esperaría que esto lo cumpla 100%. Yo creo que el peor escenario serían los 310. Y esta va a ser la cosa donde tienes que ser bastante cuidadoso de dónde. Porque también podría que ya se esté dando acá el fondo para entrar en largo. Tal vez dividir tu entrada en dos posibilidades, no usar tanto apalancamiento sería una gran idea. Poder poner una light o hacerlo en tres. Poner 25% de la posición acá y la mitad de la mitad en las siguientes. Hacer primero donde está, La siguiente, buscar los 3.16, que es donde está el promedio del 5. Y la tercera en los 3.10. Sería una buena probabilidad. Una vez más, tu invalidación está muy acá abajo, pero entonces ahí tú tienes que crear un criterio para decir qué es lo que te va a invalidar si es que lo haces. Y cortos son sencillos. Cuando estés cerca de la parte alta, el problema es esto. Esta vela es así de alta a propósito, para que no lo puedas hacer. Porque tu invalidación está hasta acá en los 3.45. Yo estoy más del lado de que entraría en un long en esto. Y para todos ustedes, una vez más, súper fácil. Tenemos también esta chingadera en BTCC, por cierto. ¿Cómo lo encuentras? Entras a la página principal. Gracias por esto. Te metes en futuros, te metes en meme, aquí arriba y aquí abajo en tokenized stocks, y aquí te aparece Coinbase. Está aquí Coin USDT. Le picas y aquí simplemente pones tu bid para abrir y cerrar para que lo tengan ahí. Por eso cuando estamos hablando de largos, pues ahí lo tienen. En cuanto a inversión en Coinbase, yo personalmente no estaría comprando ni agregando a mi posición acá porque son ciclos de Bitcoin, son ciclos de cripto y los ciclos de cripto siempre funcionan. No voy a esperar otro resultado. Eso es todo. UNH, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Very fun chart, actually. And it seems like we were looking at this in the beginning of August. So I think the monthly is actually telling a very interesting story. We can go back to what happened in 2008, 2009, and kind of relay it back to current times now, actually. So, in this dump, you had a massive dump down. Losing the EMI 100 gave you instantly a bias to go all the way down to the SMA 200. This is a massive zone, and this was actually the first retest of it populating. So this was big. Any chart on a monthly, whenever you look at an SMA 200, often is a very big spot. Specifically, too, when you were gauging that EMA 100 on the monthly, that was the spot that was bottoming you very solidly. This dump in 08 was really the first time you solidly dumped past it. A chart like United Healthcare, it's very strong to the upside. It trends very strong. So going to this extremity low is a very big spot. What I want everyone to look at is what occurred the first time you actually retested it. Well, it led to a really nice move up. And actually, it was 50% almost, 49.16%, all the way up right into that monthly EMA 9. And this is important because we actually see the monthly had a silver cross. So you rallied right up to that silver cross retest, which again hadn't been retested really since the start of that move down, giving you just a bias of maybe you're going to see another move down. And you did. You actually tested that SMA 200 a few times before finally bottoming out and actually breaking out of this zone. So why is this important now to current times? Well, if we actually gauge what has occurred, you had a really massive dump. This dump was so massive, you didn't even get that closure back under that EMA 100, giving you bias to test the SMA 200 until you were really well below it. In this consolidation, we were gauging that SMA 200 on the monthly because logically that is the spot you should be looking at. It lined up really nicely with the meme line support right into that $230 region. And so actually we drew this last time we looked at United Healthcare. A big squeeze up from that monthly SMA 200 seemed logical, retesting what was going to be that silver cross, which we finally confirmed. So you actually have the same exact setup that you had back in 2008 when you rallied right into that silver cross retest on the monthly. But this is a little different because now you have that EMA 100 lining up really nicely with that EMA 9. So in this scenario, we did talk about a nice move up. So far, that seems like it's playing out. I would watch very carefully that $380 region on United Healthcare or United Health Group. I'll say that because this is very important. This is a big zone. If you end up rallying up to the zone and rejecting, which again was the same scenario that occurred back over here, can't act like this can occur, right? Where you make a massive move up and then actually just swipe down, reject. hit the SMA 200 on the monthly a few more times. This forms bullish price divergence, and this is where bulls can start taking back control. So in this scenario, I would actually be looking for another move back into that $249 region. Depending on the reaction there will be very telling. But that still means that, yes, this is a very nice move, but until you actually get back above the monthly 9, this is at risk of a whole other pullback down to that $250 region, which could be around 30%. You also see you're still pressing a extreme read on BBWP. So very easily you can get another extreme read, start rolling over to reset volatility, either giving you that bullish price divergence, or this was just a silver cross retest. Mind you, this was the first retest of the EMA 9, really, since you broke down. Again, similar posturing to what occurred in 2008. But this is actually looked at as more weak because you have that EMA 9 actually passing that EMA 100. Fast moving average going under the slower one. This is interesting to see. I actually don't think that's ever occurred. Let's see real quick. No, it did. Right here. And it shows weakness. Bulls are not in control in this chart. And this is in a downtrend. Now, after looking at all that, we can just say, yeah, this isn't a downtrend. This isn't a bear market still, and you would be gauging a lower high in this region. Now, it can go up a little higher. If you start wicking up into that $420 region, it would be surprising to me to see this whole monthly come up to here, totally negating resistance in that $380 region. But you very well could come all the way into this region, test the EMA 21, and then reject and roll over. But that would be a pretty meaty bounce, actually, from the low. It's like an 89% bounce. So I'd be watching this very carefully on the monthly. This perspective says, if you're not long from the extremity low, which I'll delete this now, you can see you ever so slightly front ran it. Very well, this could step up and actually reconnect with this low. But if you didn't really position in here, there's no reason to be positioning long here. Rather, you should just be gauging the reaction right at that monthly 9. Understand that this silver cross just occurred to the downside. And volatility is already at extremes here. So you did miss the move up, but this is still giving you hopium that United Healthcare can very well form a lower high in this region, roll over, get a 30% move down, and actually test the lows a few more times. We've seen this before, as I showed. So that's my monthly analysis on United Healthcare. We'll keep going. You can see here, monthly is in a breakdown anyways. Will be very key to see where this all shifts. Bi-monthly as well, massively deviated from that SMA 200. Just plays into the idea that you could go up a little past that monthly 9. Again, would be surprising to me. But right in that $400 region, you have that SMA 200. You do have the EMA 21. And I do see here the bi-monthly is actually in a silver cross. So that would be the second zone to look for. And this just shows lower low in the midst of here. You could potentially form a lower high. Oh, this is the 2-week. Okay, that makes more sense. I thought this was the bi-monthly. No, the 2-week. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. And just something to look, this is more of an argument too of, it makes sense. You got to move out of here. But until you actually start seeing this volatility reset, it is at risk of, just getting a deep move down. You saw the same thing. Volatility at extremes started to reset. With it starting to come down, it did give UNH a move down from that point. How deep of a pullback was that? Ooh, 37%. It's crazy how volatile this can be, actually. I wouldn't expect it to be so volatile. Right, we've looked at 2008, 9, 10 a lot. We can come here and you can just see the rally really did start once you got back above that 2-week SMA 200. right? And knowing what you know with the monthly, right? Getting back above that 9, it's all very important. It's all lined up. And so this 2-week, yeah, it makes sense. It's in a silver cross. You have that EMA 21 lined up with the, SMA 200. Any move into that $393 region, $400 psychological number, just needs to be well respected. That's it. I do think you can easily move up a little higher from here. A little higher. Let's see what that could be. Yeah, it's like 7-8% higher. I do think that this isn't going to stop from here, but I do think it's worth more looking for shorts in this region than longs. You've missed the easy long. You obviously were going to get some reaction on that monthly SMA 200. So now just all eyes on if you get the reclaim or the rejection. It's very easy. Yeah, bi-monthly, you can just see, in a range here. We had that EMA 100 on the bi-monthly. Again, just playing into the idea that, this was more of a bounce zone. You looked a little below it, but still didn't close below it. It's a good point. And so with this setup here on the bi-monthly, you would be gauging that move to the EMA 34. You can see really hasn't been tested. This was like very strong support for multiple years. Where does that EMA 34 on the bi-monthly sit? Right at $418, and you even see the bi-monthly 9 is moving down at $413. So that actually lines up pretty nicely with just everything we've been saying. If you do end up maybe blowing past that 9 coming up to here, still doesn't mean you're just so back. You need monthly closures above the 9. You need to start moving up past $436 and actually getting closures above it. If that can occur, then yeah, I think bulls solidified a bottom over here. But no, until then, respect the trend. Monthly's in a bear market. You're, with the silver cross, just so everyone knows, you're more likely to reject the 9 year. So that's kind of your gauge. That's what that can tell you. So when gauging already a move to the EMA 100, it being lined up just makes it very easy. So that's what I have on U and H. I would watch this range carefully. Yes, I could talk about the daily, but honestly, the monthly is just going to help you a lot with not getting chopped out, in my opinion. So you see here, daily is getting a gap fill, potentially. You have an SMA 200 right in that 419. And well, I mean, last time you lost the SMA 200, you did get a pretty nice rally up to it. That was like 15%. And then it rejected, made new low. So that is just something to watch as you approach this. Again, doesn't need to just bust up to the 400 region, totally disregard the monthly 9. You could either get a move down now, right? It's like monthly can be in a downtrend, daily can be in an uptrend. So you can get a higher low here. Consolidation, what will that do? This will cause the SMA 200 to move slowly, obviously, down as the days go by. And then if you get the pop up, you get the SMA 200. That lines up with the monthly 9 perhaps. So you can make an argument on the daily if you're trading that. But I'll just keep saying, I mean, the easier trades on the higher time frame for a chart like this. Boomers really do respect moving averages. So that's all I have really. Monthly, watch the bearish retest, lower high, and silver cross retest. Only way I start becoming really bullish on this chart is you start getting back above the 9 on the monthly. So we'll know in 18 days. That'll give you a move to $450. If you start closing monthlies above that, yeah, I do think then you can start coming up to that 550 region. Until then, though, I'm just going to trade the plan. And so far, we did, say some reaction here, rally up, test the monthly 9. There you potentially see a pullback. So I'm going to be watching this carefully for maybe a setup. Unfortunately, it's not on BTCC, but still something to watch.
Thank you, senor. The EMA 100 too, right? On that monthly is just crazy, right on the 9.
Yeah, exactly. It's just super lined up with the silver cross. That it's pretty nice actually.
And we haven't fucking touched this 100 and since 2010. It's been 15 years.
And just jumping from that, is insane. It's
On
weakness.
the first try.
Yeah, going right to the estimate 200. Not surprising it bounced. So then it's like, yeah, you're just gonna reject that area right in the midst of a monthly silver cross that just occurred. So it's like, how much more confidence do you need?
Yeah. God damn.
Nice.
God damn. All right. Well, thank you. And we got BYD for you. The Chinese automaker. Oh, we make the electric car. Electric car very good for environment. Environment in pocket. Chinese are people.
BYD. It's Boyd Gaming Corporation?
No, so it's BYD DF.
Oh, DF. Okay, cool. Oh, I see. Okay.
There you go. Thank you,
Nice.
sir.
Yep.
Oh, the BYD. Elías pregunta en el chat, por cierto. ¿Sabes qué está pasando con Tesla? Lo que les dije. Los mejores cuartos para todas las empresas de coches eléctricos son estos, van a ser estos. Es básico, es sencillo, fácil de entender, nada más es lo que habíamos visto. Y ahora, mientras más nos acerquemos a la fecha de los resultados, más peligro de que se dé la vuelta el precio y eso sea todo, ¿ok? Entonces, todavía no estoy diciendo que llegamos ahí. Yo les dije los 400 a 414 mínimo y de ahí a ver si hacemos un alto histórico. Y estamos cerca, estamos en los 291, para que lo tengan presente. Preguntando eso, Ramón, me dices, el triple play, desde el viernes pasado vienes con un long en Bitcoin, 2 long en Tesla, que hoy pagó, felicidades, y 3, el GP de Países Bajos que ganó Piastri. Efectivamente, felicidades, cabrón. Ha estado moviéndose bien la cosa. Y Ramón, compartí mis objetivos de Bitcoin en corto y en largo, te los puse ahí en el análisis. Si no lo has visto, solamente regrésale al video. Y ya, si en Vimeo no se puede, en YouTube sí. Sé que brincar de un lado a otro es una patada en los huevos, pero es lo que es, carnal. Estamos viendo una tabla mensual de esto, United Healthcare. Esta es una empresa de seguros de médicos que no le paga a la gente y por eso mataron al CEO. Pero no se preocupen, ya tienen uno nuevo por otro 20 millones de dólares. Cualquier güey que esté dispuesto a ser disparado lo haría, incluyéndome a mí mismo. 20 millones de dólares al año. Puta madre. ¿Cuántas veces le han disparado al CEO? ¿Solamente una? Bueno, nada mal. Lo que quiero que vean acá es esto. La última vez que tocamos el promedio del 100 fue acá en el 2010, septiembre del 2010, literalmente hace 15 años. Y eso fue el 100, el rojo, la línea roja que están viendo acá, ¿ok? La pueden ver acá. Esta línea roja que están viendo acá, no la habíamos tocado por 15 años y a la primera que la tocamos caímos derechito. El S&P 200 no lo habíamos visto en 16 años, en el 2009. Ese fue el fondo del mercado, de la bolsa tradicional. No lo venimos a tocar acá todavía. Entonces, ¿qué esperaríamos? Este gráfico es un gráfico que quieres tradear, definitivamente no en corto y a corto plazo. Esto es algo que quieres tradear definitivamente a largo plazo por lo lento que se mueve. Si les pongo temporalidades más cortas, verán que son rangos, estos rangos que duran desde el 2021 hasta el 2025. Este rango que duró acá desde el 2018 hasta el 2020. Son bastante lentas, pero ahorita has tenido un movimiento bastante explosivo a la baja y a la alza. Ahora, claro que esto se está recuperando, pero la mejor vista de todo esto es la mensual. ¿Por qué? Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Ahora, estos cruces plateados, y ahorita lo voy a ver en la mensual, que está acá, quiero que se den cuenta, normalmente creemos que va a haber más continuación a la baja. Hay muchas veces que nos señalan que eso fue el final fue el fondo. Voy a acercarme un poco más por acá a ver. Tenemos otro cruce plateado en la mensual, ponte tú a la baja, acá. Y lo dio aquí, y no, el mercado todavía bajó más. Y esto fue el 2008, 2009. Es la única vez más que has tenido un cruce plateado a la baja. Sí. La única vez que has tenido un cruce plateado a la baja fue el 2009 y tuvo más downside. Así que en esto lo podríamos tomar. Esto es lo que yo pensaría si estoy viendo United Healthcare. Denme 30 minutos a encontrar dónde está ahí está. Perfecto. Ok, listo. Bien, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Qué es lo primero que te dice eso? Cuando el cruce plateado es a la baja, que es cuando el promedio del 21, que es el amarillo, se va por debajo del 55, que es el rápido por debajo del lento, eso te pone en postura bajista. ¿Y por qué? Porque cuando vengas a retestear el promedio del 9, debe de rechazar y esta debería ser una oportunidad en corto. No la vas a tomar porque esto no existe en BTCC, por ejemplo. Pero puedes hacerlo con opciones. Acá, donde te va a rechazar en los 382 a 385, este es el promedio del 100, que también te digo, no lo habías tocado desde el 2010 y bolas. Y el del 2000, el 200, que es el morado que viene aquí abajo, todavía no lo tocas. Y en el 2009 sí caíste por debajo del S&P 200. Entonces, ¿qué estaríamos esperando nosotros? Estaríamos esperando dos sopas. Este toque de acá con una caída. Lo que no sabemos es qué tanto va a caer. ¿Va a volver a ser uno de estos y ahí ya va a ser el fondo? ¿O simplemente va a caer acá, hacer un bajo más alto y continuar a la alza? Esa es la pregunta del millón. Pero lo que tiene muy alta probabilidad en esta tabla es que te dé un movimiento mínimo por esta zona para que puedas agregar. Yo me esperaría justamente a eso. No empezaría a agregar acá y decir, güey, ya nos vamos al cielo, porque tiene que, por todo lo que trae el gráfico de pesado, etcétera, y el hecho de que tan pocas veces lo has tocado, el EMA 100 y que luego lo rompiste, eso demuestra demasiada debilidad en el precio de esto. Y que no hayas tocado el SMA 200, que solamente le hiciste el front run, cuando en los 2008 sí lo tocaste y hasta cerraste tal vez por debajo de, y eso te pone una vez más, esto va a continuar subiendo por acá. Por acá, este podría ser el fondo. Y yo yo aquí entraría con Toño de Valdés, no importa si baja tantito más, este mínimo no se lo va a llevar, si baja tantito más. Y yo me esperaría aquí, una vez que entre en este lugar, por acá en los 271, es lo que yo esperaría como la zona ideal para agregar a la posición si es que estoy empezando a hacerlo. Te llevas este mínimo, lo único que esperarías es no llevarte este en 186. Porque si te llevas los 186 para abajo, no sé cuál sea el fin de esto. Y ahí es donde me preocuparía. Pero por ahora, esto se ve muy alcista. Sí, se ve alcista de aquí al promedio del 9 y al promedio del 100 en los 387. A ver, la diaria. La diaria tiene el SMA 200 en los 419. En lo que estamos trepando todos estos, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, lo que te dice que el retroceso puede ser a los 330 o hasta los 300 por ahora. También, a ver, vamos a ver esto que tenemos datos enteros. El HPDR, damas y caballeros. A ver dónde estamos en esta caída. No, ya al 100%, tíos. Si este es tu 100%, definitivamente cualquier oportunidad debajo de 320 a 277 va a ser la zona ideal para agregar. Sí, y aunque, de nuevo, aunque haya tantito más downside, ya estás ya en extremos. En la de 2 semanas, ¿dónde estamos? Ya venimos del 97%. Una vez más, la última vez que lo tocó fue el 2008. Ahora semanal exactamente está en extremos acá, hasta los 395. Y acá tienes el promedio del 34 en los 374, que es donde nosotros creemos en la mensual te va a rechazar. 374, 385, más o menos por acá. 387. Esta sería mi zona de rechazo en los 381 y esperaría abrir posiciones entre los 275 y los 254. Ahí es donde yo esperaría a buscar entradas, porque va a regresar ahí. Tiene toda la cara de, y si ya se te fue el tren, se te fue el tren. Si tienes FOMO de esto, pon 25% de lo que quieras destinar a esta posición aquí. Entonces, para que no te sientas presionado. Aunque yo no lo haría. De nuevo, yo me esperaría y sería paciente y si no me meto en otra cosa. No creo que se te haya ido el tren con esto todavía, para nada. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Mr. Farhano. What do you got, sir?
Oracle. Oops, I pushed the wrong button.
Excellent.
There we go. Monthly on Oracle.
1 second. There you go.
Let's measure this monthly candle. I'm curious. This is a 58% move to the upside on the monthly on a company that is already quite large. That is interesting. I wonder what the market cap is. 300 billion, probably a lot higher than that. $837 billion company that has moved up 58% in one single monthly candle. We have momentum very sharp, highly to the upside on the monthly in the bullish control zone. This is usually the area where it does like to top out. Volatility is also in the area where it usually likes to top out in the mid 80s. Right now, we are getting a rejection from the 88.3%. We are, however, a good amount over the 78.6%. So if we do close like this, what's more likely is we're going to get a move to the downside to test the 78.6%. And that is how much lower than we currently are. That's like an 11 to 12% move to the downside. Not really that much to be concerned with after seeing a 58% move up, but I'm pretty sure people are going to start to freak out in traditional markets seeing it move down more than 10%, because 10% is, I think, when traditional markets is considered the correction zone, and then 20% is what's considered the bear market. On the monthly, we are getting a fresh jewel buy signal right below the bullish control zone, flipping back into the bullish control zone, taking out this previous low. This low is at about in May of 2024, while price is putting in a higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm on this monthly close with any close over about $258.49. So that gives you more confluence with continuation to the upside after maybe getting a slight correction down to the 78.6%, that we will have monthly hidden bullish divergence. Let's go into 2 week. 2 week is also starting to give you a double extreme on momentum and volatility, starting to flip back up, getting to very extreme areas. It's currently at about 94% on both momentum and volatility, while the jewel is starting to curve over, start to lose the buy signal, and it's curving over into a neutral signal. We are approaching a bullish cross with the pink above the yellow, but it has not happened yet. And likely you're going to get your correction first before that cross happens, and then that gives you the pump after the correction. Right now, you are rejecting the 97.5%. You're back below the 95%. And if you do close like this, likely at a minimum, going to get a move down to retest this 9 EMA, which is slowly rising, like probably going to be somewhere around this 88.3% area, right around about like $250. And you whether we're going to go lower or not, you likely will get a reaction off of that 9 EMA. Let's go into a weekly. Weekly is also flipped to the upside on momentum, also getting a little high, not quite topped out on the weekly yet though. Weekly does like to go somewhere around the 90% zone. We're only in the 76% right now. We do have a God mode sell signal on the jewel, and we are getting significantly over this 38.2%. We're over the 61.8% right now, but we do have a rejection of the 95%, basically exactly to a T rejection of this 95%. So if we close over the 68% right now, I would expect a little bit of a move to the downside to test this 38.2% at around 260, maybe a little bit lower to 250, and then it should get a bounce from there. Let's go into the 5-day. 5-day, same exact look as the weekly. 2-day is very extreme to the upside, getting to the 95% of momentum on this one 2-day candle. This is insane. Let's see how much this was in one 2-day candle. About 44% to the upside in one 2-day candle. We went all the way up to the 97.5%, and now we are getting a deviation of the 97.5%. We do have a fresh buy signal on the jewel, but as long as we are trading below about $345.72, probabilities are to the downside. And the first bounce zone would be somewhere around this 2-day 5 EMA, which right now is at about $275. Eventually, likely does make it down to be testing the 38.2%, which as of this moment is at about $250. What supports the bounce at the $275 area as well is that you currently have a buy signal on the jewel. But as long as you are trading below about $345.72, likely will go lower. Break this 345 area, and then you're probably going to keep going up. Daily is now very extreme on momentum and volatility, sitting at 99% on both of them. We have a massive gap to the upside right now, and we're getting follow through on this top candle. Right now, I don't see us not at least testing this 9 EMA, which right now lines up this 97.5% at about that same $270-ish area. But likely you are going to fill this gap, I think, which is sitting at that same about $250 to $245 zone. 4-hour also at 99.8% on both momentum and volatility, starting to curve over on the jewel and lose the buy signal, flipping over into a neutral signal. You do have a cross right here with the pink above the yellow, so that likely does resolve to the upside, but doesn't mean you can't see some heavy downside price action before that does happen. And let's see what that would be percentage-wise if you were to fill this gap. That's like 30% to the downside from the highs. That would put it in traditional market language in a bear market. Let's go into RSI. Oracle is the one that's on the Red Bull cars, right?
Yeah, Oracle Red Bull Racing. I know that because I'm doing a promo for them, and they make me repeat every single time I mention their product. Yeah, remember that it's a product by Oracle Red Bull Racing. I'm like, excellent, guys. Yes, people love the organic feel of that. Let's keep it.
It doesn't sound fake at all.
This is a what?
It doesn't sound fake at all.
No. It's very natural. It's organic. That's how people talk. When you're recommending a product, you always say
That's how I
to
talk.
your friends, dude, you should buy these Kleenex by the cotton whatever company that created them. Like, get the
you
fuck
should
out
buy
of
this by SC Johnson, a family company.
A subsidiary of GE, no? Like, yeah.
Everyone says that.
Legit, you should see. And it's not that. So it's called the Armoral Podium Series Red Bull Oracle Racing thing. How you like that? All of that. The moment that I just said like Armoral something or no, the whole thing, dude. They made me repeat that. It's incredible.
That's awesome. So this 6-month chart on Oracle literally just goes up. Literally just goes up. Comes back down to retest the 9 EMA, then it goes up again. So right now you do have active hidden bullish divergence, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $118.86, which is a good ways down. And we have a fresh buy signal on the jewel on the 6-month. Do have a God mode background, but you have not gotten the sell signal yet, and you haven't even gotten a neutral signal yet. You're breaking into the critical zone for the first time ever. With the volatility currently expanding, it's at 74, 75%, so not even really close to being topped out yet. Go down a little bit. Quarterly currently has now invalidated this bearish divergence, and we're getting a nice, insane move to the upside currently. We are right now in the RSI at 80.75. The critical zone is at 80, so let me change this to 85 and see what we get. Let's see what our next target could be on price. $390.31. Reset settings. There we go. Going to the monthly. Monthly currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $223.11. And your next target is the critical zone, which right now is at about 375. Oh, line's pretty close with 390. Invalidated the bearish divergence. No. 2-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $218.79. Your next move on the hidden bullish divergence is the simple moving average in the critical zone. That's about $361, very close to 380. 2-day also has many drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about 218.79. Next move is into the critical zone, which right now is at about 398. You should get some support at the simple moving average, which right now is at about 260. Lines up with the put 250. And the neutral zone is at 252. Daily is now invalidating the bullish divergence. Should get some support at the bullish control zone, which is at about 279. 4-hour. And nothing on that. Now let's look at momentum. Actually, look at 2-hour. Nothing. Now let's look at momentum. Now looking at Oracle. Red Bull Racing is an Oracle product by Red Bull.
You just have to repeat it as many times as you can so that it sounds natural.
Does Oracle make like accounting software?
Yeah,
Something like that?
they're business solutions for, I mean, obviously for businesses.
I think Hyatt uses their software for their accounting. 6-month is currently freshly flipped back up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 292.23, which we are like 30 cents above right now. And we are rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. See if there's any divergences here. There is 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence present right now. And this will be active as long as you're closing over about $99.26. That is a good amount down. Quarterly is currently also freshly flipped back to the upside, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 327.79, which you are currently below, with volatility expansion. Monthly is currently also freshly flipped up. Volatility is currently at 100% though, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 198, let's say 199. And is there divergence? Yes, there's currently active hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. That will be active as long as you're closing over about 223.11. 2-week is currently flipped to the downside with volatility at 100%, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 336. Weekly, it's also flipped to the downside with volatility very close to expansion, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 330. 5-day is also flipped to the downside with volatility now contracting after a double extreme, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 330. 2-day is currently freshly flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 258, with volatility now at extremes at 97%. Daily is also flipped up with volatility at extremes, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're flipped up as long as you're closing over 263.50. 4 hours now freshly flipped down with volatility at extremes at 100%, many periods of 100%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 332.80. Look at the high ones once again. So the high time frames remain bullish with momentum freshly flipping back up with volatility support, but these are going to remain bullish even through some big corrections to the downside / crashes to the downside. Right now, we do have a massive gap that has opened on price with momentum starting to flip down in the low time frames. Momentum trading is in the very extreme areas with volatility in very extreme areas like 100% and high 90s. And HPDR is tapping 95%, 97.5%. Very, very, very high in extreme areas. What's likely right now is you are going to get a little bit of a pullback, and very likely going to fill that gap. You do have bearish divergence targets that do target that gap area right around $240 to $250. And based on the high time frames, which remain extremely bullish, you should see a very strong bounce from that 240 to 250 area, and I do think you are going to go to new all-time highs from there. And right now, the invalidation would be, let's see, either getting a tick below about $118 or a weekly close below about $223. Either one of those two things, and I do think that likely going to get a little bit of a deeper pullback, not necessarily bear market or like fucked on this thing, because I do think this has long term, it's just going to just go straight up. So I don't see any reason to really be bearish on it. I just think that that would reevaluate the short term slash medium term opinion, and that once again is a tick below it was 118.86, let's say 118, or a weekly close below $223. But I think right now we're going to get a move down to somewhere around 240 to 250, and then a move to all-time highs from there.
Perfecto. So we're going to play straight into the gap theory on this one.
Yeah.
Which makes sense for it. What was the area here at 207? All right. Perfecto. You got Tesla last, senor.
Noise.
Tessie girl.
Tessie, you're a beautiful whore. You're a beautiful whore. Don't let
Yes.
anyone tell you otherwise. Estamos viendo Oracle, Red Bull Racing, Admiral, copias, cosas, diferentes marcas. Oracle, pueden ver exactamente en la trimestral la locura que ha sido. ¿Vino a hacer eso o no? No, no lo vino ni a tocar. ¡Qué hijo de puta! ¡Qué breakout tan cabrón tuvo! Esto hizo que Larry Ellison, el dueño de Oracle, se convirtiera en el hombre más rico del mundo por algunas horas, en lo que Elon Musk simplemente vuelve a respirar. Aunque ahora esta bajada estoy seguro que lo pone debajo de Elon. Pero llegó el precio de Oracle hasta un alto de 345.72. Estamos cotizando en 235. ¿Qué tan más abajo del alto histórico? 15%, nada mal, un 15%. Bien, estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios. Esto tiene cara de que va a continuar. Este fue el bajo de abril. Si hubieras invertido en Oracle en el bajo de abril al tope, es un 189% de ganancias. Impresionante el movimiento que ha tenido Oracle últimamente. Vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo y continúa expandiendo ante este subidongo. Y pueden ver que tiene ganas de ir a buscar ese 100%. Aparte que está expandiendo en los puntos, de uno de los puntos más bajos de toda la historia acá. Impresionante, pero se detuvo y empezó otra vez. No fue una expansión así como directa. Pueden ver acá en la tabla. ¿Le gustan las velas toperas a Oracle? Lo pueden ver acá. Todavía no tenemos una vela topera por acá, así que no tenemos de qué preocuparnos ni de por qué hablarlo. Mensual. Mensual pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 5 está en los 231, nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 197, todo en orden y estamos en extremos ante este subidongo y puede quedarse en extremos por un rato. No habíamos visto eso en Oracle desde acá en el 2000, cuando tuvo este super boom. Entonces, esto es bienvenido para toda la gente que está invertida en Oracle en estos momentos. Cuando tienen ingresos, el 15 de diciembre, que va a ser los siguientes, porque los acaban de dar ahorita, es cierto, para el trimestre pasado. Pueden ver que en la mensual llegamos literalmente hasta entre el 95 y el 88.3% del HPDR. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que hicimos eso en Oracle? En el 2000. Y es por eso que este rally se parece al del 2000, efectivamente. Nunca lo ha pasado. O sea, nunca ha pasado de este nivel. No, sí, me parece que se fue hasta el 100. Sí, correcto, se fue al 100%. Por lo que, si estamos en una misma postura de esto, el 100% se encuentra en los $749. Y ahora dirán, güey, eso es básicamente un 2X y medio. ¿Sí? De donde ya está, que por cierto es una mamada. Si es que se llega a dar y se repite la historia igualito y funciona igual en el gráfico. Ya saben que este gráfico va a cerrar en 18 días y 4 horas, que es cuando cierra el mes. Así que es lo que tenemos para poder aguantar por encima de los 258 o romper los 316 a la alza. Arriba de 316 estás en breakout mode. Extremos en en la de 2 semanas, pero de nuevo viene con este zampompazo, 97% fue lo que tocamos y ahora estamos cayendo al 95%, zona de equilibrio 252. Ese 252 continúa y continúa apareciendo, damas y caballeros, y yo creo que va a ser una zona bastante atractiva entre el 252 y el 244 para poder agregar a tu posición de Oracle. Por ahora estás en medio de un trade de la nada. Ahorita se los voy a enseñar cuando, bueno, no el nepe, pero el trade de la nada. No se me vayan a emocionar antes de que empiece, ¿no? Y pueden ver que volatilidad volvió a darse la vuelta, pero no está todavía oficialmente por encima del promedio, por lo que no contamos que esté haciendo nada. Tuvimos el 95% que fue tapeado en la semanal. Ahora estamos cayendo por debajo del 78.6% y lo que quieres aguantar si eres muy alcista son los 280, básicamente. Pero la parte baja, la parte alta de la zona azul te llama, carnal, y está en los 267. Y de llamarte, la media probablemente también. Y una vez más, 253, 252 está por ahí. Y también la parte baja de la zona azul, 240. Después de un movimiento tan fuerte, no sería raro que esto pasara. Esto va a cerrar hoy en 3 horas y 9 minutos. Vamos a estar pendientes. De cerrar así, tienes probabilidad más alta de estos retrocesos que no. Diaria, llegaste al 100%, estás en extremos, estás bajando y tu siguiente objetivo debería ser el promedio del 5 en los 281 y la parte baja el 97% en los 271. Tu promedio del 9 está en los 256 y el 21 en 253. Una vez más, 252, que es donde está también el 21. El 34 se encuentra justo en los 247. Esto va a cambiar porque es una vela diaria, por lo que probablemente esto vaya a subir, los rangos vayan a subir agresivamente para poder darle más ganas de respiro. Voy a poner esto en la diaria para que lo puedan ver, es súper fácil. Esta Oracle también está en BTCC, por cierto, para los que quieran entrar en long por acá, en esta zona. Sea los 254, más o menos 255, o los 243. Esto es el trade que yo esperaría a dar. La razón por qué es, tienes un gap gigantesco de aquí hasta, bueno, hasta donde está esta vela, y el gap no se cierra hasta que cierres en 243. Puede que no te lo cierre completo y simplemente se quede en los 255. Es lo que más probabilidades probablemente te vaya a dar antes de continuar. ¿Y cómo sabemos si estamos mal? Bastante sencillo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por debajo de 219 cualquier cierre semanal o tocar debajo de los 190 en un Wicazo. Si tocas debajo de los 190 en un Wicazo o cierras por debajo de los 220 en un cierre semanal, esto va más para abajo. Pero creemos que esto debería de aguantar y continuar. Por ahora, simplemente viendo la tabla tal cual como nos la ponen. Vamos a BYD, damas y caballeros, la empresa china de coches eléctricos, para después ir a la empresa americana de coches eléctricos.
Nice. BYDDF. Now, we got the pullback scenario that we wanted, actually, testing these highs, getting the consolidation. The issue is now this is actually going deeper than what we expected. Now, if you go to the weekly, you quickly see that this is in breakdown mode. And you actually could not hold that $13.76 support. To me now, it really does look like we're going to go a little bit lower. For me, $12 region is a big spot. We very well could just swipe down, test this region right in the $12.03, and then get a bounce, a bigger bounce. And why I'm saying that is because if you look at the daily, you see here, you're just in a solid downtrend, and also you're actually getting SR flip. What was support getting flipped into resistance. My next objective would be actually taking out this move up, coming down, and actually consolidating at $12. You do see here volatility starting to contract here. So watch very carefully, see if we get a daily volatility setup. Maybe if you do get that consolidation move like this, you could actually get a BBWP setup. Weekly as well, I mean, you're at the EMI 100, but even here, this is still on the weekly being flipped into resistance. Not the best sign, because what we've seen before is when this $13 region is flipped into resistance, it often does just give you an aggressive move down to $12. And that is what's possibly brewing here. You do see that EMA 100 on the weekly is sitting at $12.83. So you very easily could get a move down, swipe down, and then never close below the EMA 100 before moving up. But still, that would mean you have to go down a little bit more. Even to this target, right, you're rejecting the EMA 34. It's giving you the move to the EMA 100. That's still right at 4% downside move still. So you still have more downside to go. The idea was that $13.76 was going to hold as support, actually giving you a move up back to around $15. But as long as you're flipping $13.76 into resistance, you have to be cautious of this actually getting a deeper pullback now. And that's just based on the range that we've seen. If we end up coming down to $12, I do still expect that to hold. It's not really until you start actually closing even dailies back under that region where, yeah, you very easily could get a deeper pullback, possibly even all the way down to $11. So we'll have to see. We're at $13.39. We're very close to possibly coming back down. This can change though, right? So if the daily starts getting bought up, and let's say the daily gets back above the SMA 200, in theory, this will cause the EMA 100 to move down. You'll start connecting these two. So that'll be a really easy gauge on if you're actually going to be bullish or not. Because you've seen here in the past, bottoms formed right off that EMA 100. But again, just being below both of them, all that does put it in a very precarious spot and actually gives it more of a chance of heading down. So you just have to be aware of that. Not really getting anything here. We're just still within this range. It's just going to be really ideal to see if $12 holds. I'd like to see $12 be the spot. Bulls defend. That's the line in the sand. You can just simply see here. Once the bi-monthly loses $12, yeah, you start just getting massive downside moves. Now you've also seen this area reject. So, I mean, closures below $12 would be concerning, but even getting that scenario where you're coming down, $12 gets hit, then you get bought up. This would actually be looked at as quite nice and bullish. You're just literally flipping a high into support. Specifically, too, when you had this major rejection high on the bi-monthly, this was a big reason on why I was gauging follow through down on that, because you had an evening star. This was telling you really the only objective was to take this high out, and then just losing that monthly EMA 9 was just kind of the final stand. Yeah, you're most likely going to test into that EMA 21. Bulls did try to push up, but this is why, using these highs and understanding where you're wrong is important. Because even in the midst of this squeeze up, that bi-monthly would have told you to be, more cautious. So I do think this chart can go up, but it's just in a precarious spot because as history has shown, if you do lose $12, you just ultimately fall back within this range. And this lasted like 2 years. So not really the best sign if you do start losing it, but still I'm hopeful this region will hold. You should see $12 be the extremity low. And ideally that low takes you back to around that $14.50 region. Getting any closures above that region will be looked at as very bullish to me, because in the monthly it starts actually reclaiming back above the 9. You start getting back within this major range, which has, worked out pretty nicely. And this could mean the next move is going to be, upwards to 29-30%. But you won't get that, as long as it's looking like this. So I'd really be watching this area carefully. I'd be sitting on my hands now if you were trading this daily. I mean, what's the trade? Really, bulls are just kind of betting on this, but that could just be a trap in itself. You've kind of seen that play out where you get, slight price divergence even here. And it does go up, granted, but the follow through, right? Does it get follow through?
Well, there's some massive head and shoulders right in everyone's face on the daily.
The one that broke
That's
down.
the shoulder, that's the head. Yeah, that puts a target of 916.
Oh, 916. Let's go look. So, I mean, you do see the bi-monthly. Generally, if it does lose the 9, it's been the recipe to just make the low at the 34. Let's go back in history and see. Lose the 9, go to the 34. Wow, you just lost all of them here. 9, go to the 34, didn't hold. So, I mean, yeah, you can make an argument then. If you do start losing that bi-monthly 9 into this region, could be looked at as an opportunity. But again, that's why I'm just going to use $12, because if you start losing $12, you're just back within this range. It'll start really looking probable that you're going to start moving down, and then a lot lower will be likely. But for me now, I'm just watching $12. That's kind of the line in the sand. That's where bulls need to defend, because while as history's shown, you do get violent pullbacks to $12. If that doesn't hold, and that leads to a bi-monthly closing under that EMA 9, then yeah, I mean, that is just a recipe to go down to $9. So watch that very carefully if you're trading this, even investing. I'm trying to find anything else. I'll look at the monthly HBDR too. Not good too. You even lost the 38.2%. This month rallied right up to it on the monthly as well. So this isn't a monthly breakdown. You know, last setup was similar. Similar setup was right here. Right, you lost the 38.2%, rallied right up to it, rejected. The following month gave you a 21% move down. So we'll measure from there. What would that be? Like $11. Okay, so nothing really. So yeah, I'd be very cautious of this chart actually. I mean, you're approaching the spot that needs to bounce. You have an area which tells you you'll get a deeper pullback if you lose it. So watch $12 as your line in the sand if you're if you're a bull. Simply that. And you even have a 4% setup here all the way down to that EMA 100. That's at $12.83. This chart's very volatile, so you could easily wick below that, come up, test this, and then honestly, the most bullish scenario would be a spring here. You just come down, spring, and then you take out all those shorts that really have had an easy trade this whole way down. But won't happen until you actually trend shift, reclaim the monthly 9, and most importantly, really, yeah, get back above that $15 region. So not the best chart, honestly. You're approaching a big bounce zone. Potentially, it'll be telling to see if it holds. But yeah, really, that weekly EMA 34 should have held, and it just actually rejected it pretty harshly after deviating it. So that is just a weekly sell trigger, not the best sign.
Yeah.
And I forgot to note, actually, I did forget to know, on the monthly, you do have a fresh monthly downtrend now. So to me, you did take out that last higher low that was formed in April. This isn't a monthly downtrend now, so you would just be gauging that as such. So, if you're being aggressive, you're really bullish here. That's telling me that, yeah, if you do have that head and shoulders on the daily, target's $9. $12 does hold bulls' hopes and dreams. Watch that very carefully. If you start losing $12 in confluence with a monthly downtrend, aka a bear market, you're rejecting the monthly 9. Yeah, it will start giving you a setup all the way down to $8.30, right in that monthly EMA 100. Now, obviously, with time, you can shift that up, but I just think that's very important to say, because the monthly trend's very important. And losing that, flipping that down freshly could actually shift some things. So,
thank you, señor. Much appreciated. BYD, la empresa de coches eléctricos en China, bueno, y también hacen híbridos y otras cosas, ¿no? Vimos que tuvo un máximo histórico en los $20. $20 con cuánto, con 51 centavos, y ahora estamos cayendo. La zona que hubiera sido buena para poder aguantar hubieran sido los $14 y no lo hizo. Tuvimos ya un cierre y este va a ser el segundo cierre mensual por debajo de estás viendo una tabla mensual. Al mismo tiempo, volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos dice absolutamente nada, pero lo que tenemos por acá es el HBDR. Estando acá, lo natural sería venir al 61.8%, que son los 12.60. Y nuestro promedio del 34, que ha sido tapeado cada que tocas el del 20, atentos, está justamente abajo de los 12, en los 11.80. Es más o menos donde esperaríamos a ver si puede reaccionar el precio, hacer un bajo más alto y dar continuación a la alza. Pero en la mensual estás ya oficialmente en una tendencia bajista. ¿Por qué? Tenías estos mínimos, te llevaste todos los mínimos desde que rompiste acá en el 2025, en febrero, te los llevaste ya todos y ahora estás haciendo un bajo más bajo que estos. Para no eliminar completamente toda esta tendencia, deberías de aguantar por encima de los $12 y no bajar de los 11.34. Si bajas de los 11.36, que es el mínimo de esta vela verde, eso quiere decir que vas a ver más para abajo. Siguiente objetivo serían los 10.40 y de ahí probablemente los 8.55. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante el dumpy. Eso es bastante malo. Y voy a poner el HPR en putiza. Todavía no llegamos a ningún extremo de nada. Estamos en el 61.8% y de no poder regresar por encima de la línea meme en los $14, vamos muy probablemente a buscar este promedio del 100 en los 11.13. Atentos, atentos, que es también por donde va el 88.3% en los 11.30 y va subiendo. Eso hace que la zona de los $12 se vuelva más interesante e importante. Semanal, vemos que volatilidad está contrayendo. Todavía no, bueno, está simplemente yéndose de lado más bien, y el promedio es lo que está bajando. Siempre y cuando no estemos por encima del promedio, no vamos a contar esto como expansión de volatilidad, brother, no lo vamos a hacer. Por ahora, estamos justamente aguantando esta zona del 78.6% que esperarían todos que por favor, por el amor de Dios, tenga misericordia y aguante junto con el promedio del 100, porque de llevarte el promedio del 100 a la baja, vas a ir tranquilamente a estos $12. Y ya de ahí de esos dólares, $12, hay bastantes objetivos más a la baja. Puedes ver en la diaria, está solamente en el 38.2%, 61.2% está en los 12.90 y te llevas todos estos mínimos y eso te pone en el movimiento extremo que esta línea meme. Y ahí te va otra cosa que tienes que ver. Esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? Y esto se mide así. Y esto se baila así, ¿no? Hombro, cabeza. No, espérame. Ahí está. Para que lo vean clarito. Déjenme quito estas líneas. Ahí está. Y ahora, ¿cómo lo vamos a medir? Y perdón, lo iba a dibujar para que lo pudieran ver. Esto es el hombro. Esta es la cabeza. Y este es el otro hombro. ¿Ok? Para que lo puedan ver. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y normalmente cuando tienes estos patrones, es difícil que se den porque todo el mundo está poniendo atención a la tabla, pero esto no se ve tan sencillamente como cualquier otro. No se pintó tan fácil. Tienes aquí el movimiento medio desde la parte más alta, donde está el cuello, la línea del cuello, y luego vas a agarrar donde rompió. Aquí rompió. Y el siguiente objetivo de esto, $12. ¿A dónde crees que vas ahora? A los $12. Y de no aguantar los $12, tenemos objetivos más a la baja. Por ejemplo, en la mensual, si no aguantan los $12, estaríamos pensando que el promedio del 100 podría ser lo siguiente que venga a tocar, en los 8.80. Pero si aguantas los $12, no te llevas o los 11.83, no te llevas el promedio del 34, puede que ahí simplemente esté formando el siguiente bajo más alto. Si nos ponemos agresivos, estás todavía en esta línea de tendencia alcista. Todavía, aguantándote por nada. Una vez que rompas esto, ahí sí vas a caer duro y vas a esperarte a los 12, tu primera oportunidad, y si llegas a llevar los 11.34 para abajo, tío, esto espérate porque va más abajo. Estamos hablando de $9, $8 y ya de ahí también podríamos analizar si va a continuar o no, porque pudo haber topado y ya. esta fue una vela de tope, instantáneamente hubo follow through, instantáneamente cayó todo. Entonces, atentos ahí en BYD, damas y caballeros. Mr. Farhano, we're ready for some Tesla.
Just, oops, pushed the wrong button again. I meant to click the share screen button and, oh, did I do it again? No, I didn't. I shared the screen. I accidentally pressed the camera button first.
What the fuck is happening? There you go.
They're right next to each other.
I'm learning from you. I'm learning from you.
They're right next to each other. Wow, Tesla's getting a nice move up. So on the quarterly, Tesla is getting momentum, still pointing to the upside, very close to making it into the bullish control zone. Volatility, it's very close to getting into an expansion phase, very close to that moving average. And the jewel still has a buy signal, taking out these previous lows, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. And we're still we're over the median, making our way towards that 38.2%, which is currently at about $436.90. That is going to be a bit our next level of resistance right after this meme line, which is at about $414.50. Let's go into the monthly. Monthly is right now just about to hit the 38.2%. Is slightly rejecting it, I think. Our current high is at about $395.99, and that's at about $397, so like $2 below. And as long as we are below that 38.2%, probabilities are that we're going to come down to test the median. If we get a close over the 38.2%, that'll be somewhere like one of these moves here, where we're likely to come up to test somewhere around the 61.8 to the 78.6%. And that would give us a range somewhere between about like $485 to this number is likely going to move down, but right now it's at about $690. On the monthly, we're very close to making it into the bullish control zone, and the jewel is losing the sell signal and starting to flip over into a neutral signal. This is very likely going to switch into a buy signal on this next monthly open. Let's go into the 2-week. 2-week is now breaking it freshly into the bullish control zone, with volatility now expanding from 0%. And you zoom in, we're getting over the 38.2% and over the 50%. But right now, if you do get a close over this 50%, there is some a chance that you can get a little bit of a move down to tap this 38.2%. That would be what you would prefer if you were bullish, because then you would get some price structure built in here. You get a move off of the 38.2% in the spring, and then you'd be able to break above this meme line. It would be less likely to break above the meme line, just getting a move straight up into there without getting a test of the 38.2%. Then you're likely going to get a rejection of this meme line and then an eventual move down to this 38.2%. But in the weekly is also flipped up, getting into the bullish control zone, with volatility now expanding from extreme lows. And we've got a buy signal currently with the pink above the yellow and the oscillator in the bullish control zone. Let's look into the HPDR. We're getting over the 38.2%, over the 50%. So if we close over this 50%, basically the same idea, get a move down to somewhere around this 380 to maybe 360 zone, and then a spring upwards to the meme line of around like 415. 5-day also in basically the same outlook as the weekly, exactly the same. We're breaking into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion and same HPDR levels. 2 days now also flipped to the upside into the bullish control zone, taking out any possibility of hitting bearish divergence now. It was possible before, but no longer. And day of volatility is expanding from almost 0%, somewhere around like 7%, 6%. Zooming on the jewel, we're getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel now. We want to see a closure over the 61.8%, which is at around 384. Then we can see a retest of 380s and then a move into the meme line. Daily is getting a little extreme, however, getting around 89-90% on momentum and volatility, getting over the 88.3%. If you reject this 88.3%, that's where you're likely going to get your pullback into somewhere around like $365. Close over the 88.3%, then you're likely going to hold 380 and move into the 400s. 4 hours also getting a little high on momentum and volatility, with also the same 88.3%. a little bit more likely to hold the 4 hour 88.3% because it's a little bit, actually it's about the same level actually, at the same 380s. Let's look at the jewel. Oh, that's a beautiful buy signal right here, where they're all bunched up with each other, and the pink is above the yellow, light blue is above everything else. But it's happening a little high. Let's look at RSI. It's not clicking. There we go. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $214.25. Yeah, $214.25. Next move is into the simple moving average, which is right now at about $505. With volatility expansion from basically the same area we expanded from in about 2019. Monthly, nothing. 2 week bearish divergence, but this is invalidated. Weekly, nothing there. But 3-day currently has three drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $343.82. And their next move is into the critical zone, which right now is at about $495, with volatility expansion from almost 0%. 2-day currently has hidden bullish divergence with the same volatility expansion from almost 0%, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing over about $343.82. Next move is the critical zone. That's at about 330. No, my bad. 427. So $7 above 420. Daily also has hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding from 0%. Next move is the critical zone. That's at 420.26. 4-hour also has hidden bullish divergence. Wow, hidden bullish divergence across the board. And this is very close. I think it's already at the critical zone. Critical zone is at $401. Let's move this to about 85 and see what the next level is. That would be 433. Now look at momentum. Quarterly is firstly flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone with volatility expansion from that same level from 2019, and we're going to remain up as long as we're closing over 211.50. Monthly is also freshly flipping back up with rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 313. 2-week is also flipped up with volatility now starting to go into an expansion phase, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 290.250. Weekly is now expanding from many periods of 0% on volatility, and momentum is oops, I moved my new line. And momentum is freshly flipping back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $343. Is there any divergences here? There is indeed hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. 5 days also weekly, not monthly. 5 days also freshly flipping back up with momentum volatility expanding from many periods of 0%. We are rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone and flipped up as long as you're closing over 347. 2 days 2 days currently flipped to the downside, but very close to flipping back up, and we are expanding on volatility from almost 0%, and we will flip up if we close over about $387 or 386.69. Daily is currently flipped up with volatility expanding from 0%. and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $381. And 4 hours currently flipped up with volatility expansion, and we're going to remain flipped up as long as we're closing over about $373.50. Kind of looks like we're going to get a move into that meme line first. Alright, so the high time frames on Tesla are now starting to look quite bullish, with volatility expanding from the same level we expanded from in 2019, 2020. Momentum is starting to flip back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly and the monthly and the weekly. And we are putting in volatility setups basically across the board with hidden bullish divergences across the board. Kind of looks like we're based on the 4 hour with the momentum flipping up and volatility expanding. Maybe we're going to get a move into somewhere that around that mean line of $414. From there to somewhere around $430 would be the range. And I do think we are going to get a slight rejection from that point. Maybe a little bit of move down to somewhere around like $400 to $380. And I do think we're going to bounce from there and then hit that RSI target of somewhere around basically $500. The invalidation for me right now would be, let's see, either getting a tick below about $214 or a weekly close below about $273. Either one of those two things happens, and I think we're probably going to be retesting these lows of around $140 to like $100. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think right now we move to somewhere around 414 to maybe like 430. Get a little rejection there, move down, and then move into like 500 bucks.
Very nice, and thank you so much, senor. We're basically, over 80% up since April, the ones whoever bought. So feels good, but goddamn, wish I would have put more money into it. Anything else you boys want to add? Bitcoin's pumping.
Oh, is that? Oh, yeah. Making its way to 116. All eyes on that. 116 is where dreams lies, and hopium is all there for bulls for a new all-time high. So we'll watch that very carefully. I mean, that is what got reclaimed, consolidated, and then busted up for a new high, right in that $123,000 all-time high. Obviously, we've made a new one, but still something to watch moving forward. It was a good trend. Yeah.
Stay alert. Thank you so much for everything. Happy weekend. Enjoy yourselves, boys, and stay safe.
You as well. Thank you, boys.
Feliz weekend from Cochi Loco and hasta luego.
Adiós, Cochi Loco. See you later. Vaya pompazo de Tesla. ¿Quién lo hubiera venido venir? ¿Quién lo hubiera visto venir? Para los que compramos acá, cabrón, estamos más de 80% arriba, casi ya el doble de nuestra lana desde abril. ¿Qué fue abril? Abril. Nada mal. Triste, ¿no? Que no se dieron más objetivos a la baja y eso fue todo lo que pudimos poner. Oigan, a beber por las ganancias, ni modo, ¿no? Traigo una botellita de agua acá, un segundo. Ok. Tesla está cotizando en $393 en este momento. Estamos viendo el gráfico mensual. Volatilidad está contrayendo, pero vamos a empezar por el trimestral rápidamente para que lo podamos ver con ruido y sin ruido. Cada vez que trepamos por encima de esta línea esta línea meme amarilla, pueden ver que llegamos a la parte alta de acá. Cada vez que lo hacemos, tenemos que darnos un viaje por ahí, ¿no? Pum, pum. Y ahorita vamos otra vez, pum, por acá. Esta línea está en los 414. Es importante saber. Para nosotros, y lo que estábamos buscando, era básicamente esto. Poder romper los 370. Arriba de 370 habíamos dicho 400 primero y después 414 y ya veremos de ahí alto histórico. Lo que tendremos que hacer para poder hacer otro alto histórico, tenemos que trepar por encima de esta línea meme y empezar a ver cierres importantes como en esta de 5 días, donde ves el gráfico empezar 1, 2, 3, ¡pum! Hasta ahí. Eso es lo que nos va a aguantar para poder llevarnos a esos máximos históricos. Esas son las líneas que les había puesto el stream pasado, donde ya llegamos, ya ni para qué las tengo. Y continuamos. Importante, en la de 5 días tenemos esta expansión de volatilidad, pero todavía no es oficial. Así que cualquier cosa puede pasar. La trimestral lo que tiene es esta expansión de volatilidad que va a confirmar en 18 días y 3 horas. a la alza y viene de los puntos más bajos de la tabla, no el más bajo per se, pero sí el que nos ha llevado a ganancias completamente locas con Tesla antes. Así que eso es algo que mantener un buen ojo abierto para ver cómo vamos a cerrar esto, porque esta es la única parte del gráfico de volatilidad que todavía es variable. Recuerden, hasta que no tengas el cierre, no cuenta para nada, cabrón. No cuenta. Este es uno, esta es la otra. Esta tenemos que esperar los 18 días para tenerlo. Una vez que lo tengamos y veamos que volatilidad está expandiendo junto con el precio, olvídate de los máximos históricos, vas a reventarlos fácil. Y acá también tenemos otra cosa. Tenemos un patrón de ¿qué? De tasa y copa. Y estoy seguro que tengo un objetivo aquí arriba. Sí, en $728 para Tesla. Siempre y cuando podamos romper por encima de los 420, 414 y llevarnos el máximo histórico en cualquier tipo de forma, vamos a tener una muy alta probabilidad de venir a buscar los 728. Y ahí ya, pues, sería fiesta, no importa cuánta lana metimos o no, ¿no? Para todos. Pero tienen que pasar muchas cosas primero. Primero los 400, luego los 414, luego el máximo histórico en 489 y de ahí dar continuación. ¿Ok? Entonces, no cantemos victoria todavía. Mínimo en la trimestral, estamos en camino a la parte alta de la zona azul que está en los $436, $436.90. Nada mal estos 436.90 y el retroceso podría ser hasta los 350, que es donde está la media, ¿ok? En la trimestral. Mensual, habíamos platicado de volatilidad contrayendo, estamos ya topando con la parte alta de la zona azul y esto va a cerrar en 18 días igual que el trimestral y 3 horas. Si podemos dar continuación, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 429 del 50% y máximos históricos del 61.8%, básicamente. Eso nos pone ya en otro nivel de movimiento para Tesla. A la baja, ¿qué esperaríamos? Yo creo que lo peor sería ver la media regresar y esos son los 330, esta línea meme que había sido resistencia por cuánto tiempo, ¿no? Todo este tiempo, fueron cuántos meses, lo perdimos en este que es 1, 2, 3, 4, que dices que lo ganaste, pero lo perdiste en el quinto, sexto, séptimo y hasta el octavo mes. Tomó 8 meses poder romper los 330 otra vez y estar acá. A toda la gente que vendió Tesla en 300 pensando que se iba a ir para abajo, lo siento mucho, mis hermanos, lo siento. Algún punto vamos a aprender nuestra lección todos juntos. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos la posibilidad de volatilidad expandiendo. Faltan 2 horas y 33 minutos para cerrar esto. Esto me va a guiar, ¿ok? Fuerte. Porque si este setup de volatilidad se da de este punto tan bajo en la de 2 semanas, eso debería darnos un movimiento bastante más agresivo de lo que hemos visto hasta ahorita. Y una vez más, Tesla va a tener uno de los mejores cuartos de toda la historia que ha tenido y es por eso que está dando este golpe. Siguiente objetivo, la parte alta de la zona azul, digo del 61.8%, que son los 410, que están ahí junto a mi línea meme en los 414, por lo que voy a preferir mi línea meme como el objetivo. Y de ahí, máximos históricos, básicamente. Vamos a ver qué tal. Pero por ahora, el retroceso al promedio del 9 nos llevaría de vuelta a nuestra línea meme que hemos platicado una y otra vez por acá. La de la semanal, tienes volatilidad que está a punto de expandir oficialmente por encima del 15%, todavía no lo hace, está en el 13,49% y estamos dando este velazo el 61.8%. Llegamos a expandir de acá, vamos mínimo al 88.3%, que es básicamente alto histórico, y si no, tranquilamente al 95 y 97%, si esto se llega a dar tal cual. Brutal esto. Diaria, ya tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento después de volatilidad nula. El día de hoy esto va a cerrar también en 2 horas 31 minutos y te puede llevar tranquilamente al 95%, que es donde está nuestra línea meme en los 4.14, el 97.5% en los 4.34 y solamente por mamón 555 el 100%. Ponérselas fáciles, tíos, para que puedan llevarse esto a casa todos los que estamos ganando por acá con Tesla por esta deliciosa tendencia alcista que hemos estado viviendo. Es fácil, lo pueden ver acá. Tesla está cotizando en 3.93 en este momento. Siguiente objetivo a la alza, 4.14. De poder llevarte 4.14 y empezar a cerrar por encima de máximos históricos en los 4.90. ¿Ok? Ahora, importante, cualquier retroceso debería de aguantar los 330. A este punto, esta línea meme en los 330 y también por cómo viene esta tendencia alcista en diagonal desde junio, que probablemente la puedo poner desde acá, pero por ello, si pierdes los 330, esto ya se acabó y va a ir para abajo completamente en otra dirección que no esperamos. 330 es la línea en la arena ahora. Y por ahora, cualquier rebote a la baja en los 370 debería convertirse en soporte para poder dar continuación, 350 sin problema alguno, etcétera. 330, abajo de 330 es donde diríamos que estamos en problemas para Tesla. ¿Ok? Y ahí lo tienen. También esto lo pueden tradear, por cierto, en BTCC, que una vez más, si estás en BTCC, entras acá al home. Me cagan los exchanges de futuros lo difícil que hacen esto. Futuros, perpetuos, te metes en meme, que por cierto, pésimo menú, y acá en tokenized stocks, pero también tienes forex, infraestructura, bla, 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 pero quieres tokenized stocks and commodities. Acá te vas hasta abajo porque Tesla empieza con T, está por orden alfabético, le picas en Tesla y te lleva al gráfico de Tesla. Y ya que estés acá, para no hacer tanto pedo, puedes buscar aquí, para que sepan. Entonces aquí lo puedes tradear. Yo no me metería ahorita en este momento a perseguir este movimiento. Lo que me esperaría es un retroceso más o menos por acá en los 365, 370 o hasta los 350 para poder agregar. Porque hacerle un corto aquí a esto con volatilidad expandiendo sería mortal, cabrones. No se les vaya a ocurrir, por el amor de Dios, hacer eso. Y con eso podemos dar por terminada la sesión del día de hoy. ¿Tienen alguna pregunta? No, no se crean, no hay preguntas. No hay preguntas, ¿no? El peor profesor del planeta. No hay preguntas, damas y caballeros. Con eso vamos a terminar. Muy feliz fin de semana para todos ustedes. Me voy a hacer un nuevo tatuaje hoy. Entonces no voy a estar acá para nadie me preguntó. Pero tengo un video que había escrito antes de lo de Charlie para compartir con ustedes. Y ese video lo voy a hacer mañana para todos ustedes. Que se me hace muy importante, sobre todo en estos tiempos. Y eso es lo más raro de todo ese video, es que lo escribí antes de todo lo que pasó. Y ya verán por qué es raro. Entonces se los voy a dejar. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. No hay Fórmula 1 este fin de semana, pero sí hay NFL, damas y caballeros. Pórtense bien, pórtense mal, como sea, invítenme. Cuídense mucho.